This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. This is the November 23rd meeting of the Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan Update Joint Planning Commission and Countywide Citizen Advisory Committee. Our agenda is up on the screen if you can see it. I will call this meeting to order at 9:03 a.m. So let's quickly go around and do introductions. I'm not sure I see everyone's name in full anyway, but I'll try to go around the sort of Brady Bunch as I see it and ask people to just briefly introduce themselves, what committee they're part of, maybe what community you live in. So I'm Andy Davis. I am out of this Countywide Citizen Advisory Committee. I live in Astoria. Charles Dice?
Charles Dice. I'm with the Southwest Coastal Citizens Advisory Committee, a liaison to the countywide, and I live in Cove Beach at the south end of the county.
Thank you, Charles. Lam Kwan? Oh, you're muted, Lam. Sorry.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yes, my name is Lam Kwan. I am the planning commissioner out here on Lewis Clark and Willisky area.
Great, thank you. Susanna Gladwin? Oh, I can't hear you, Susanna.
Just unmute herself.
All right. I'm in Elsie Jewell and also Seaside Rural Comp Plan Committee, and I'm the liaison to the countywide. I live in Jewell.
Thank you, Susanna. Jim Allegria? Oh, for some reason, I don't hear you, even though you appear to be off mute, Jim. Maybe the Bluetooth thing again. I'll come back to you. Jan Mitchell?
I'm Jan Mitchell. I'm the vice chair of the countywide committee, and I live in Astoria.
Thanks, Jan. Cheryl Johnson?
Cheryl Johnson out in Brownsmead. I'm a member of the Northeast CAC and liaison from the Northeast to the Countywide Planning CAC.
Thanks, Cheryl. Pat Corcoran.
Good morning. My name is Pat Corcoran, and I live in Astoria, and I'm a member of the Countywide Advisory Committee.
Thanks, Pat. Lam, even though I see you now twice in my order, I'm only going to call on you once. Chris Farrar.
Good morning. I'm Chris Farrar. I serve on the Clatsop County Planning Commission and also am a board member on Soil and Water Conservation District.
Thank you, Chris. Nadia Gardner.
Nadia Gardner down here in Southwest Arch Cape. I'm the chair of the Clatsop County Planning Commission. Thanks to all of you coming on this very busy holiday week.
Thanks, Nadia. So let me do staff. Gail, can you introduce yourself?
Gail Henriksen, Community Development Director.
Thanks, Gail. Ian, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, good morning. Ian Sisson, Senior Planner.
Thanks, Ian. And then members of the public. So I've got Chad Washington.
Good morning. My name is Chad Washington. I'm the Stewardship and Community Engagement Coordinator for Lewis and Clark Timberlands.
Thanks, Chad. And Pamela Matson McDonald.
I'm Pamela Matson McDonald. I'm very concerned about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Okay, so thank you for introducing yourselves, folks. I don't think I missed anyone in our lineup, but if anyone arrives late, I may ask them to introduce themselves as well. Susanna?
I should also say I'm on the district for the Clatsop County Water, Soil and Water in my area.
Thank you. And actually, let me try Jim. Jim, is your audio pop? Do you want to try it again before we move on?
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Oh, I'm Jim Allegri. I'm on the county-wide advisory committee from Astoria.
Great, thank you, Jim. Okay, so let's move into the CAC liaison reports. We'll start with Clatsop Plains. Gail, has that committee met at all since our last meeting?
They were scheduled to have a meeting. We had one member show up, so we canceled the meeting, and none of the other members showed up or contacted staff.
Okay, all right, thank you. Susanna, do you have a report from Elsie Jewell?
Pam Birmingham and I may be sharing the liaison to the countywide committee at times. And I also will be bringing up, maybe not now is appropriate, I'm not sure, but I know at times, both in the LC Jewell, our local group, we voted on things and they don't appear correct in the final work of today's draft that we're supposed to look at. And on a countywide meeting, I remember being satisfied on biofuels that the document we created and voted on is not, I believe, the document that's presented today.
Okay. Maybe when that portion comes up, can you draw our attention to it, and then we can ask for staff clarification if necessary there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Gail, do you have a report out of the Lewis and Clark group?
Lewis and Clark were supposed to have their meeting last Thursday, and nobody showed up for that meeting either.
Okay. And then Northeast, let me see. Cheryl, is there a report you can give from Northeast?
Yeah, we met November 18th, and we had previously had the opportunity to work through the text of everything in the Northeast plan, so we were good on that. What we focused on in our November meeting was all of the new suggestions, proposals, guidelines. So we used our 2 hours to work through all of the new ones. At this point, we feel like we've done a review of both the original and the new proposals. And what Gail provided for us at our meeting last week was the draft of all of the work we had done up to there. So we feel like we're in good shape. Our plan is that in December, Gail would bring us the final draft, and we would be able to look at that for a last time. Other things happening, I attended the CREST workshop on November 8th. That was really good, and bouquets out to the planning staff for putting that together in a very short turnaround. I learned a lot about wetlands and a lot about my county, so I was very glad to have that information going into this. I also, the last time that I'm aware of that the county commissioners discussed goals was they discussed goals 7 and 9 at their November 3rd meeting. I wasn't able to attend that one, but I did listen to the video. I suppose one of the few good things we've gotten out of COVID is that we do have these videos. We can go and get them and pull them up at our convenience in the evening with a cup of coffee and go through them. I also appreciate the technology that I did not need to listen to the entire 2-hour county commissioner meeting, but was able to go in exactly when they were discussing goals 7 and 9, and that's very useful. I appreciate that. Last little comment is, as some of you I'm sure are aware, is that recently, actually on October 30th, a private forest accord was signed, and I'm by no means the expert on that, but it does have a great deal to do with stream buffers, which is an issue that we've been working with in the comprehensive plan. And when we live in a county where 80% of our land is forest, I think that the private forest accord, as it goes forward and moves through the legislature and becomes part of the Forest Practices Act, will have a big impact on our land use planning. So I just wanted to mention that's a major thing happening in the background here. And that's all from me.
Thank you, Cheryl. Charles, do you have a Southwest Coastal report?
I do. So our committee met on November the 10th, and we had we were making the transition from a worksheet-based approach that we had in the past from the legacy structure of the community area groups to the text draft-based. And as we made that transition, we had a little discussion about the relevance of the organization, the way the community plan was organized, kind of around landscape units. And I think there was a general thought that was a little bit perhaps esoteric or cumbersome and hard maybe for regular readers to parse. But since all of the other CACs were similarly organized, we decided to stick with that. So we really focused at our last meeting on a couple of new items that were not in the draft document, specifically wetlands and watersheds, as well as some discussion on housing. And the wetlands and watersheds thing was particularly timely for us for two reasons. One that Cheryl just alluded to, that really excellent CREST presentation on their wetland work for Clatsop County up in the north part of the county. And also here in the south part of the county, we have been collaborating with the Arch Cape Fountain Cove Beach Community Club to have town hall meetings on the community plan. And we had our second town hall meeting the preceding Saturday on the 6th. And we had 26 or 28, I think, people that attended that town hall meeting. And it really was also focused on wetlands and watersheds. So we collected a lot of good community input there. And probably the biggest piece was making sure that for our portion of the county, that the Goal 5 inventory did in fact reflect the facts on the ground. In the early days of the community plan, I think a lot of things here at the very bottom of the South County kind of got overlooked. So we were anxious to get that included in the inventory. And the last thing we touched on was housing and affordable housing, especially in this area, and the impact of short-term rentals on the availability of affordable housing in our area. So that's it.
Thank you, Charles. Gail, I'll just bounce to you to make sure anything we're missing or should be in knowledge of for the liaison reports for the CACs.
No, I think the representatives did a very accurate job of representing what's occurred to date.
Okay, thank you. So I see the agenda posted up in front of us. I want to at least give the group an option here. So one of our members has notified me that they're going to be leaving a bit early today, and I want to have a discussion. I've been requested to have some discussion around meeting schedules and times, the comp plan update schedule, and I'm wondering if I could ask the group here to, if there's no objection, moving that discussion, which is not meant to be a particularly long one, but just to have that discussion now in front of public comment instead of at the end of the schedule, so that all the members that are here now could participate. Is there any objection from the group in us moving that discussion forward? Okay, I'm not hearing objection anyway. So I'm going to try to have that discussion now. We're still ahead of schedule on the general agenda, so I don't think this presents any obstacle to us getting through our business today, but it is budgeted for approximately 10 minutes there, so let's try and keep the discussion somewhat compact. If it's okay, Nadia, could I put you on the spot? You're one of the folks who brought this forward to me as a concept anyway, to introduce what you'd like to talk about and set the foundation here.
I'll do my best, Chair Davis. Thank you. Well, this is actually a topic that came up in our last Planning Commission meeting as well. As many of you know, the last goal 5, is a deep one with a lot of complexity and also a lot of passion around the issues with our community members. And we had that great workshop, and then we got back some great feedback from DLCD. And as a result, our goal 5 will come back to this group before the Planning Commission forwards their final recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. And so with that in mind, I started thinking about how many goals we are covering and how we're going to have something like that come back to us at our next meeting. And then in the meantime, so we had an initial conversation about this in the Planning Commission, as that this is for good reason. We're trying to move this process forward. It's taken a long time up to now, but we have this real compressed timeline. And as a result, some of these meetings, we're looking today at 3 goals, and I think the next one's probably similar. Plus, we're getting that wetlands goal back, and I find it to be unreasonable for us to be having 8-hour meetings. I personally didn't know that we were going to have, I thought it was the first few and then it would be shorter over time, not that they would actually get longer. And I have a very hard time personally because I have a child in school who gets picked up at 3 o'clock every day and do not have childcare. So, and I know other people are sacrificing quite a lot from their own lives in order to be here. And so there's just kind of like online meeting exhaustion. I don't know anybody holding 8-hour meetings on Zoom or other platforms. And then there's, taking away from our personal and professional lives and just our ability to, for me, it's exhausting to be in a meeting for 8 hours and I can't do my best work. And I really feel like this is such an important document. We want to be able to do our best. We also are all volunteers, and so we should be respecting that. And so I ask that our meetings be limited to 6 hours at the most, and that as a result that we are falling behind, that we ask the Board of Commissioners if we might have a buffer if needed. It may not be needed. Maybe we'll get through it. After reading this packet, I don't know that it'll take us 8 hours. Maybe it will, but I think we should ask them to have grace with us as volunteers and also with staff. I know that they are doing so much for these meetings and for all of us. And so that's where I'm at. That was why my initial suggestion to staff and Chair Davis was that we have that we try to think about limiting our meeting time. So I'm wondering what everybody else thinks. Am I off base?
So I'm going to be a stickler about this. I'm going to treat what you just said as a motion. I think there was language in there that was pretty close for limiting our meetings to 6 hours. I think the part about negotiation with the county commissioners, it's attached to the notion that we would even need more time, right? So I don't think that needs to be part of the motion necessarily, but is there anybody who would second a motion to limit 6 hours? Okay, so I've got a second from Charles. So can we have discussion of that? Sense of the group, where are you at in terms of limiting meetings to 6 hours? Is that something you're comfortable with or happy with? So I see a hand from Charles and then Chris.
Yeah, so I'm really in support of this. I personally, I don't have a problem with long meetings, but a lot of other people do, and they have the time constraints. And you know, I'm a big believer in goal one, and we have asked a lot from the citizens on the various CACs, as well as, of course, the countywide and the planning commission over the last 3 years that we've been nibbling away at this thing. And I really believe that the county commissioners need to respect goal one and need to respect the skill and the investment that the volunteers bring to this process.
Thank you, Charles. So I've got Chris, Pat, and Cheryl.
Yeah, I support the concept of limiting the length of time of these meetings. I'm primarily basing my opinion on this around the idea that human beings have certain limitations, and
Yeah.
the process we're engaged in is extremely important for the county. It's a document, it's a guiding principle that's going to stand for perhaps 10 years or even longer. And the point of doing it is to do a good job, to do a smart job, so that in the future we can look back and say, this was done right, this led us in a good direction, we made good decisions. It's not about meeting some arbitrary time limit. I know everything needs to get done now or tomorrow or very soon. Time is pressing in this world we live in, but the fact is people have limitations, and none of us, regardless of how we may feel about it, I guarantee you none of us can do their best work when they're sitting for even 6 hours in front of a computer screen going through details like we are in these meetings. And I would go so far as to say I propose an amendment to the motion that we limit the meetings to no more than 4 hours, and that's double what I think is actually appropriate. So I'll leave it at that.
So I've got a motion to amend to change the original motion to a 4-hour time limit. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second to amend to a 4-hour time limit. Can we have discussion on that motion? And Pat and Cheryl, I recognized you were in the queue, but we're on a separate discussion a little bit now. So let me see if there's any other discussion on the 4-hour amendment. Jim?
Even though I
can hear you, Jim. Yep.
Can you hear me, Andy?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, good. Even though I would like to have it restricted to only a 4-hour, I believe that due to the concerns from the county commissioners to speed the process up, I am not convinced we can limit it to 4 hours for every meeting. I think that's a goal we should strive for. But as a motion to limit our meetings to 4 hours, I cannot support. 6 hours seems very reasonable to me.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Any other discussion on the amendment? Jim?
I'll just, and I pretty much agree with Jim, but I just know that I don't function well after after about 2 o'clock when I've been sitting in front of a screen and paying close attention and trying to follow everything. And so I think it is reasonable for us to request or to set a schedule that maybe we aim for 4, but we go to 6. But I just think the length, the 8-hour length of the meetings is really not that functional for the last 2 hours. We're all kind of looking at our watches, wanting to get up and walk around.
Okay, thank you, Jen. Any more discussion on the 4-hour amendment? Okay, seeing no other hands or people coming off mute for the 4-hour amendment, let's go to a vote on this. So again, we've got a main motion that is to limit our meeting length to 6 hours. We've got an amendment on the table now from Chris Farrar to amend that to a 4-hour limit. So this vote is just for the 4-hour limit. Let me go around the table and see how everyone votes. I'll just ask individually for a yes or no vote. So Charles Dice, how do you vote?
No.
Lam Quan, are you available? Okay, there you are. How do you vote? I didn't hear you, Lam. Sorry, you may have been coming off of mute.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Yeah. Yeah, I vote yes for the 4 hours.
Okay, thank you. Susanna Gladwin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, Jim Allegria, how do you vote?
No.
Jan Mitchell, how do you vote?
No.
Cheryl Johnson, how do you vote?
No.
Pat Corcoran, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, Chris Farrar, how do you vote?
Aye.
Nadia Gardner, how do you vote?
No.
Ooh, tight one. By my count, I had 5 to 4. The noes have it. So I believe the amendment fails. So we're back to discussion of the main motion, which is to limit our meetings to 6 hours. Pat and then Cheryl, I had in the queue. Pat, do you still have comment?
I do. Brief. I concur with what people are saying with regard to just because we can Zoom this long doesn't mean we should or ought to. I would also point out that it's taken the county 40 years to begin the comp plan update. For this commission to all of a sudden have some need for an expedited activity on the important front end volunteer work, I just don't think is appropriate. And so that's why I'm in favor of putting some limits on this. Anyway, that's all.
Thank you, Pat. Cheryl?
I basically agree with everything that has been said. I'm older than Nadia, so if she's able to go 6 hours, my brain begins to not work after a while. I like Chris's idea that our goal be 4 hours, but if necessary, that we go to 6. And I just wanted to point out too that we were asked to take a 2-month pause partway through this process. That was not our choice. And now to be told that we need to do 3 of these goals at a time and hurry it up. I agree with the others. We need to put good energy into this. We need to put our best brains and our best selves into this, and to do it at a slightly more sane pace so that we end up with a product that we're all proud of.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Let me check with the group. Is there any further discussion on the main motion, which is to limit our meetings to 6 hours? Any more discussion on that? Okay, I'm not seeing any more hands, so let's go to a vote on this. Again, I'll just ask for a yes or no vote from everyone and go around the table. So again, the motion is to limit our meetings to no more than 6 hours. Charles, how do you vote on that motion?
Yes.
Susanna, how do you vote? Oh, you were off mute, but you went to mute.
Am I on?
You are on. I can hear
What
you
am
now.
I? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was trying to click. I don't know what it's doing, but anyway, yes.
Okay, thank you. Jim Allegria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jan Mitchell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Cheryl Johnson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Pat Corcoran, how do you vote?
Yes.
Lam Kwan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chris Farrar, how do you vote?
Aye.
Nadia Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, by my count, that is 9-0, and the ayes have it. So, Gail, the recommendation from the group is that we try to limit our meetings to 6 hours or less. And it seems like the sentiment is to go shorter than that if at all possible. Yeah. I don't know from the if from the sense of the group if we can put that limit authoritatively on today's agenda since we've already put that out. I do think hopefully Nadia shared the sentiment that maybe we can get through the business today within this sort of time frame anyway. So we'll see how that goes, but I think future agendas, that's what we'll plan for them. Thank you all for that discussion and for being willing to move it up. We're still a little ahead of schedule, but we're tighter now. So I will move us then to public comment. So at this time, we give opportunity for members of the public to make comment on things that are on the agenda or on other parts of the comprehensive plan for us to be aware of from public purview. We would ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. I will remind folks that we also have public comment and input at the end of today's session, and often we take comment within our review of the goals if you have something specific on a point we are covering. But I'll ask, is there public comment at this time for the comp plan process? Pamela, I see you came off mute.
Yes.
Go
I
for
think
it.
that water issues are very important. And I think that that is great because we have lots of water in our bodies. And I think that when you protect our water issues, it is a very good thing. Thank you so much, Andy.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you for your comment. Chad, I'll just check directly with you. Do you have public comment at this time? I'll take that as a no, no worries. Okay, so again, we'll have another segment for public comment toward the end, and if there is public testimony that's relevant to a particular point in our agenda, please put your hand up and let us know, and the board can decide whether they want to hear it at that time. Let's move into the bulk of our agenda, which is the review of goals 6, 8, and 13. Gail, I will note that this particular agenda packet, sometimes we have pretty specific instructions about how you want us to proceed. I didn't necessarily see that in today's packet. Did you have a particular layout of how you wanted today to go, or did you just want us to go through and review each section?
Yeah, I thought that the way the committee members handled it last month, where you requested any comments on the narrative and then went through the policy section, I thought worked very well. So I would like to ask the committee members if they would be amenable to continue that. Also, I would like to request, again, if the committee members would agree, to move goal 8 up to be the first discussion point, and that way we can free Ian up for the rest of the day and then go through goals 6 and 13.
Okay, any objection from the group in us moving goal 8 to the front of the agenda so that Ian can be freed up after that point? Any objection for the group on that?
Can I ask you, I should know goal 8, and that's energy?
Goal 8 is recreational needs.
Oh, recreation. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, it doesn't sound like there's any objection to that. Ian, are you ringleader for us in goal 8, or are you just our expert testimony?
I can play a ringleader. I've got a very short presentation for you.
Okay.
So I can go through that, but I wanted to just reserve most of the time for your comments and any suggestions you have. I've got the Word doc of the draft up so I can make live edits for you. But first, I'll go ahead and run through this quick overview, if that's okay.
Sure. I will note, I don't know if this is the case with anyone else, but you seem a little quieter than most of the speakers. So if you have the option to be closer to them, I see your mic there, or turn it up, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. So goal 8 again is recreational needs. The statewide planning goal is to satisfy the recreational needs of the citizens of the state and visitors, and where appropriate to provide for the siting of necessary recreational facilities, including destination resorts. The implementing rules are in OAR 660-034, requires local governments to plan for the recreation needs of residents and visitors based on adequate research and analysis. Inventories are also required to be based on research and analysis of the available resources, and findings need to be documented in long-range plans and in action programs to meet the recreational needs. So Clatsop County's goal 8 was last updated in 2006 in conjunction with the Parks and Recreational Lands Master Plan. The master plan is adopted by reference with the goal, and it satisfies those inventory, research, and analysis requirements that are in the statewide planning goal. The objectives and actions and policies that are in our goal 8 element are derived directly from the master plan. And then destination resorts are addressed specifically in the zoning code, WADUC section 5.4700, which is an overlay district for destination resorts. So the existing goal 8 policies were presented to the county's Recreation Lands Planning Advisory Committee, the Planning Commission, all of the citizen advisory committees, as well as the Board of Commissioners. The RLPAC, the Recreation Lands Planning Advisory Committee, has prioritized updating the Parks and Recreation Lands Master Plan within the next 1 to 2 years. That's contingent on funding. It was proposed for this year's budget, but was not included. However, again, they have prioritized that project, and they also recommend their main recommendation really was to establish a policy that master plan gets updated on a regular interval, and they suggested an appropriate time frame would be 5 to 8 years. Additional recommendations from the various boards and committees that reviewed the existing policies are incorporated into the draft in bold double underlined text, so they should be pretty easy for you all to find. Some of the themes, again, modifying the existing policies to reflect current conditions as that master plan is out of date by 15 years, ensuring facilities are ADA accessible, crafting policies that are designed to serve an increasingly diverse population of users, incorporating bilingual information about recreational opportunities, whether that's on social media or other marketing tools, or at parks themselves on signage, adjusting to changing recreational needs and desires that may be different from 15 years ago, supporting policies and projects with appropriate research, and balancing the needs and desires of residents with increasing use from visitors. So kind of the top priority and the main theme from the Board of Commissioners discussion was prioritizing the needs of residents of the county over those of visitors to the county. And again, finding a balance between increasing usage from visitors and making sure that residents have what they need. And then also balancing the increase in facility usage with the the carrying capacity of the land and water. And then really, again, the big key takeaways were that the master plan is due for an update, should be updated on a regular interval, and that it should be updated in conjunction with Goal 8. So when that master plan does get updated, hopefully in the next 1 to 2 years, we would need to revisit Goal 8 and make sure that plan is again or still adopted by reference, and then clean up any of the policy changes. That's all I have for you. So at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions, and then I will go ahead and also pull up the draft for your suggestions.
Ian, I'm going to recognize Nadia in a minute, but I have a quick one that maybe you could answer, which is on the last slide. You note that the commissioners had at least one priority, which was this balancing needs and desires of residents with increasing use from visitors. And I would say a lot of the themes that you note there, I recall seeing underlined text, new policy text within the goal. Can you point to a place where that balancing the needs and desires bit was inserted as new policy, or where is that reflected in the text?
That's a good question. So the board did not recommend any specific policy language, and I don't believe that I came up with any specific ones. But again, with the desire to update that master plan, you know, I think it's something that I did note. Let me change the screen here. In the draft, talking about the future conditions, there's some discussion about, you know, the usership from outsiders or usage from outsiders and balancing growth with livability issues, including changing recreational needs and desires. That will be an ongoing challenge. And then to the intro to the objectives and policies section, I added that the goals, policies, and objectives will need to be reviewed and revised as necessary in conjunction with future updates to the master plan. And so we could also add a note there, you know, that balancing usage between visitors and residents is a priority in that update.
Okay. Thank you for the answer, Ian. Nadia, I'll recognize that you had your hand up.
Thank you. Question for Ian around, so I found this great material, I think, in this section, but one thing that was awkward to me was the shift in in naming, like by integrating the master plan format into the comprehensive plan. So instead of having policies, we have goals, which is confusing because of course we have the overreaching goals in the comp plan. And then we have objectives, and then we have actions, which feels like a lot of them are too much detail for this plan. And I'm wondering if it might make more sense either to rename that so it matches, or in the next iteration, rename it in the plan so they match up, or instead of having all this detail, just say the county will, like the policy being the county will follow the most updated master plan and associated documents, and not have a lot of this in here. Have you thought about that at all?
Yeah.
And that would also allow you to not have to update it every 5 to 8 years, which seems a little much to me.
Right. Yeah. One way of doing it might be, you know, if there are a set of generic policies that we think should be in the Goal 8 element at all times, we could have a short set of policies, and then everything else that's in the master plan that is, you know, specific actions and objectives and projects and things like that, that those would just be adopted by reference. And so there could be a policy in that general section that says, you know, all policies as set forth in the master plan are hereby adopted in the comprehensive plan by reference, or something along those lines. Is that in line with what you were picturing?
Yeah, it is. And I just wondering from in your opinion as staff, like, is it best to do it this way, or does it make more sense to simplify it? I mean, maybe because it's already written this way, it's just easiest, but if we were going to do it in the future, we would it doesn't feel like, if I was going to start from scratch, I wouldn't have done it this way, I guess, personally. But I don't know where we're at this point in the process, trying to get through it.
Sure, I don't think there are any issues with what you're suggesting, and personally, I think that's a good idea. I favor a simpler, shorter format, and as far as I'm aware, there aren't any issues with referring to or adopting those more specific policies from the master plan, again, just by reference to it.
Thanks, Ian. Jan, I recognize that you got a hand up.
I would just take that general direction with the whole document, that because there is a level of detail, say, for instance, in housing or recreation, that is much finer, it would be better to kind of, since this is the comprehensive plan and things change over time, to have a consistency of treatment throughout, and just reference the more detailed work that is being done, say, on housing particularly, or homeless issues particularly, and go through the document and remove references to a particular meeting or something, because that's really not something that ought to be. This isn't really directed at you, Ian, but just overall with staff, that there be a consistency of format between each section of the plan, and a consistency in terms of level of detail.
Okay, thanks, Jen. So, Jim, before I go to you, but I'll try to keep your hand up there in mind. So I have a little bit going on in chat. Susanna has been putting some comments in there, and one of the comments anyway I want to take as a motion for the group to consider, which is, and I believe it's proper that it's 1.4.8, which is one of the action steps in the policy section. It talks about decommissioning underused and derelict facilities. And I don't know that she's suggesting specific language here, but that as part of the process right now, it appears that the process is the county shall evaluate why facilities are underused, et cetera. I think she wants to move that public notification and input is part of that evaluation process. Public notification and input being inserted into that second sentence for the evaluation. So I just want to check with the group, is there a second for inserting public notification and input in the evaluation process? And I'm not suggesting specific language, Ian. I think we likely trust you all to come up with good language to include that, but just the notion there. So is there a second for that notion?
I'll second it. This is Farrar.
Thanks, Chris. So I've got a motion and a second to insert public notification and input during the evaluation process in 1.4.8. Is there a discussion on that motion? Susanna, do you want to discuss the motion since you put it forward?
Sure. I often feel that my part of the world out here in the southeast corner of the county is the centers around Astoria don't often understand what's happening out here, and the local people do. And I think it's really important that we have a good input process in decommissioning from the local people and what they would like and how they would like to see it be handled. That's all.
Thank you, Susanna. Is any other discussion on this motion? So I'm not seeing more discussion. So
can I say one?
Yeah, sure.
If indeed there was a big push for moving things out of public into private hands and private development, on certain boards, which I don't think is happening now, but could happen. I think this is important. The public input of local community be important.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let me check one more time. Is there any other discussion on this motion? Chris?
I'll just add to that, that given there is such a centralization of decision-making for the county at the node of Astoria, the city, I'm not suggesting included in this motion, but I think some thought should be given to under a circumstance where, for example, there's plans to decommission something in the LC Jewell area, a public meeting should be held in that community. Likewise, if there's something in the South County somewhere else, the meeting should be held there rather than in the county's chambers in the city of Astoria. But that's conversation. I'm not adding it to the motion.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, I'm not seeing other hands at the moment, so let me go to a vote on this motion. So again, the motion is to insert a language in the evaluation process for 1.4.8 that there should be public notification and input included in that evaluation. So let me go around for a vote. Charles, how do you vote on the motion?
Yay.
Susanna, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Cheryl, how do you vote?
Yes.
Lam, how do you vote?
Yes.
Pat, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chris, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Nadia has stepped away. Oh, Nadia, how do you vote? Yes, I have a thumbs up without objection. That's a yes. Okay, so I have a vote of 9-0 in favor of the motion. So we would recommend including notification and public input. Ian, if you can draft language for that. Thank you. I have Jim in the queue, and then I'll recognize Nadia's hand too. Jim, you had your hand up just before we went to that motion.
Yes, thank you. I think what we're talking about here is the master plan. Well, first of all, I think the county is very fortunate to have an active recreation advisory committee that is capable of writing master plans and soon updating them. I think that's a big plus. That being said, the master plan is their objectives are slightly different than our plan here, the comprehensive plan, in that it's both creating policies, but also identifying projects. And of course, we don't identify projects in a comprehensive plan. So what I'm hearing from Ian and from others is like, my suggestion is we adopt the master plan as is. If it's going to be updated in a year or two, quite frankly, the comprehensive plan will probably be either just adopted or still in the adoption phase, so that if the revision of the master plan is such that it parallels the comprehensive plan in terms of having their policies and the like, so that it dovetails, the language dovetails better. And if they separate out their projects, it would be a lot easier to adopt by reference the policies in the new revised master plan, and specifically that there. So not really you could adopt the whole master plan, but specifically note the policy section. And in the master plan, of course, it'll have more detail that's not really relevant to the comprehensive plan, but is obviously necessary for the county work. So it's sort of recognizing that the objectives are slightly different, but there's I was very impressed that the master plan even existed. So I think we should take full advantage of that fact. That's it.
Jim, I just want to make sure I didn't necessarily catch a motion in there. Did you intend for any, or was that just discussion points for Ian especially?
Yeah, no, it's a discussion point really for Ian.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's probably what he had in mind anyway, because it makes the most sense of doing something along those lines.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Nadia, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, sort of a hybrid approach. I was suggesting in the chat that, so I'll make a motion and we'll see how it goes. I move that we empower staff to use the current actually objectives as goals, or sorry, to use current objectives as policies and then refer to the master plan and refer to the master plan for the rest of the, let's see, just want to make sure what I was talking about was right. Yeah, so we have the policies, but the goals, so take under each section, just take the first goal and say, the county will maintain and improve the county's park and recreational resources. And then do all of the goals as policies, and then the county will follow the current master plan or something like that. We can't really, in this meeting especially, edit the master plan. So it's better to just keep it simple, I think.
So Nadia, just to make sure I understand the motion completely here. So you're suggesting that what we see on the screen right now, the content of what we see on the screen right now, that the portions that are objectives or actions would be moved to the master plan as the more appropriate document for them, and that goals would be retained within the comp plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I was kind of, just to change the language problem, I was suggesting, and I just corrected myself, that we keep, oh, sorry, I was right. Okay, so that we keep the goals, I'm sorry, we keep the goals as the policies using our language, and then one of the policies being the county will follow the master plan. So that takes care of all the other objectives and actions in that plan and updates. So it keeps at least some nod to what's happening in the master plan, in the comp plan, so that it's been thought of in terms of this document, but leaves out all the details.
Okay. So I hope I restate this accurately. So this is a motion to change goals in this section, and is this consistent through the whole section? So this is not under general policies, but under the subsections for park management, funding and operation, community health and economic, etc. The numbered subsections, to change goals to policies, and I want clarification on this if it's not accurate, to move objectives and actions only to within the parks master plan.
Yes, exclude them from this document and refer to like a policy that the county will follow the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Plan, so whatever the plan is in the future.
I'll restate that just because I was thinking through it as I said it, really, that that we'd be renaming in the numbered subsections here, that we'd be renaming goals to policies and excluding the objectives and actions given their presence in the Parks Master Plan. Is there a second for that motion?
I second it.
So you may want to read Gail's note before we get too far down this path.
Thank you, Charles. So I've got a second from Jan, but Gail, can you clarify that just in case folks don't have easy access to chat right now?
Yeah, so the comment I put in staff in chat is that staff has had this discussion with DLCD staff because we wanted to adopt and put language in the comp plan update that said certain state agency maps, for example, Dogami maps and things, that we would just utilize them, and state staff have sorry, my tongue and my brain aren't in sync here. State staff have told us that we can't just do that. We have to adopt a specific date certain map, and we can't put language in the plan that says we will adopt by reference the Clatsop County plan as amended in the future. So every time one of our documents is amended, we should be going back and reopening the plan. And I know that there's been discussion about the need to keep the plan updated and to do that review every 5 to 7 years, hopefully. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that we can't just put some language in there, as much as it makes sense in our heads to say that we adopt the county parks plan as amended in the future. So just so we're all clear.
Okay, thank you, Gail. So we've still got a motion with a second on the floor. So is there discussion on the motion as it is right now?
I think I can't withdraw it, right?
Yeah, so if everyone takes Gail's comments as meaning that we should not pass this motion, then the proper thing for us to do is just not really have discussion and have a quick no vote, essentially.
Yeah, and I think Nadia's motion is really good, except for the very last part about following all future plans as well. So, but I think her idea with the goals and the policies and changing the nomenclature is spot on. So.
Okay.
Okay, so it was my last, so that was sort of like an add-on to my motion. So my motion is really just that the staff use goals as policies and refer to the master plan for objectives and actions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know that I I had stated explicitly that there'd be a reference to the other document, or that there'd be a dependency there as part of my understanding of the motion either. So if the rest of it seems acceptable to staff, then I don't know if there's an explicit problem necessarily, but let me recognize, I saw Charles came off mute and Chris had a hand up. Charles, did you have a comment?
No, not right this minute.
Okay, Chris?
Just kind of to clarify, I'm not sure whether an amendment's needed or not, but I do like the idea that we talked about, except to remove the part that we would adopt any future changes to the Parks and Rec master plan. So does this require an official amendment to the
Like
motion?
I said, by no particular purpose of my own, I don't think I included that when I restated the motion. So I don't think we need to amend to exclude that portion, Chris. Thank you, though.
Okay. Thank you.
Susanna?
I have in chat under other policies, actions, some things I'd like to discuss. And I don't know if in voting to automatically make the actions policies, if it then ends the discussion we're having today. And also the ability to change them.
So I guess my take would be we could still discuss that. It wouldn't necessarily be part of the comp plan, say the detail of a particular action. You might still want to discuss it to give a recommendation to Ian because he's still working with the same group. So it might be valuable information, but it would change the tenor of that. Any other discussion on the motion? And then again, this is just a motion to, in the numbered subsections, to change goals to policies, and then to exclude the objectives and actions given their presence in the Parks Master Plan. Any other discussion on that motion? Okay, let's go around for a vote then. Charles, how would you vote on the motion to change goals to policies and to exclude objectives and actions given their presence in the parks master plan?
Yeah, you're not hearing anything because please come back to me.
Okay. Susanna, how would you vote?
Yes.
Jim, how would you vote?
Yes.
Jan, how would you vote?
Yes.
Cheryl, how would you vote?
Yes.
Nazam, how would you vote?
Yes.
Pat, how would you vote?
Yes.
Chris, how would you vote?
Aye.
Nadia, how would you vote?
Yes.
And then Charles, I'll come to you again.
Yes.
Okay, so by a vote of 9-0, it looks like the motion passes. Thank you, Nadia. Let me then recognize, I think Susanna, you're the next in queue, and as you noted, you had a couple of other discussion points in chat. Would you like to bring those up quickly just for maybe consideration and feedback here?
Yes, two different things. What is green purchasing in 4.2.2?
Mm-hmm. Is that defined anywhere, Ian, either in this document or elsewhere?
It may be in the master plan. I have not seen a definition for it.
Okay.
And from what I recall, I believe Steve Meshke, who's the director of the Parks and Recreation Department, when this came up with the RL pack, I believe he said they have a protocol in line with a quote unquote green purchasing program.
Okay, thank you. And then what was the other question here? The wilderness designation for, go ahead, Susan.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to have with green purchasing, just that it's the policy is updated to include the definition. And then I would like to see a discussion of you move chat down. The chat. Oh, here's the chat again. I think the land away from population centers be considered for wilderness. I don't have, it might be policy 17, page 6. I'm not sure. I think so.
Susanna, he's
yes,
highlighted
policy.
Yeah. Okay. And so are you just voicing support for what's in 17?
No, I do not support it.
Okay.
Again, the southeast area is away from population centers, but there is also a lot of pressure from Portland and West area, Forest Grove, Banks, Beaverton. There's a lot of people that come through on 26 and avail themselves of recreation in the southeast area. And I think that protecting them as wilderness areas, as an environmentalist, I think it's really good. I think on a practical area, this is kind of a wide open statement. And it needs a lot more consideration, I think.
I will note that I think this language is only specific to parks and not to, broad swaths of land out there that may or may not be park. If that makes a difference to consideration there.
Right. I mean, right. I mean, I keep forgetting that at Red Bluff, the park of old growth timber is appropriate as wilderness. but the state park of Jewel Wildlife Meadows, I mean, we do have parks out here. And I was trying to find the Wilson Meadows off of 20 North, no, I'm sorry, south of Highway 26 near Elsie, which is, I think, part of the Jewel Wildlife Meadow elk stuff, but I couldn't find anything online, and I was going to call this morning, and I didn't, to call the Fish and Wildlife people. But, you know, we have different areas out here. And then there's the Bloom Trail. It is an ODF trail that goes into maybe the Salmonberry system. But I mean, we definitely have stuff out here. And so I think just kind of broad stroke of saying, well, protect them as wildlife areas is not a good idea, to just such a broad stroke.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying there. So I do see a couple of other comments in the chat. Charles, so Nadia has noted there's an opening on the Rec Lands Committee. If anyone knows of a person or would like to add more volunteering to their plate. And then Charles, it looks like you've got a note. I don't know if it's a motion or if it's just a discussion point. Do you want to bring that up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davis. So it's more of an observation, and I'm sure other people have similar observations. I happen to have lived in 5 or 6 different states and 3 different countries along the way, and have availed of the local recreation possibilities, and have observed how other folks have dealt with some of these issues anyway. And the big thing for me is that whether it's a recreation area or a park, is that the county keep a very sharp eye on the carrying capacity of both the land and the infrastructure. So here I'm thinking about things like public access to the beach in various places, and is that appropriate, and is there enough parking, and is there enough garbage collection and that kind of thing. And as well as coming up with a funding mechanism to maintain these areas to the standards that the county or the local community would want to see. So as an example, in some places I've lived, the local parks, the residents get a sticker with their property tax bill, and they can stick it in their windshield and find they get to go in the parks without having to pay anything. And other people that don't have the magic sticker have to pay something. I know there's some phraseology in the existing document that talks about graduated entry fees for residents or whatnot. So, you know, I wouldn't want to see it limited to just that option. Maybe there are other options. But that's my central theme, is that, you know, a lot of these areas are highly regarded and loved by the people that go there, but you can love them to death. And everybody's seen that in places like California, and I don't think we want to replicate it here. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Charles. Chris.
I have a question and a couple of comments. My question would be directed to Ian regarding the early statement that was made on the Board of Commissioners priority that the parks and recreation in our county have well, they prioritize the facilities for residents. or the land for the residents rather than for visitors. And I wondered if there was more discussion around that point. Exactly what would be the difference? We're all residents of the county, but we also probably all travel to other counties and other states and other countries. And for me, I kind of appreciate when I go to some place as a visitor that I'm treated with some respect, that I've come to see this place that other people live in, and I want to appreciate what's there. And I know that there's a worry about people that come from the outside sort of not respecting the land as much, or being a little careless because they're in a hurry, they're trying to pack a lot in and things like that. But to me, the parks and recreation, wherever it is in the world, is best provided to any human being that happens along to enjoy it. And so I'm just wondering if Ian or anybody else has some recollection of what the conversation the Board of Commissioners made around that point, so that it's not to get in an argument with anybody about it, it's to try to understand what is it that they see a need to look at the situation that way as visitors versus residents. So if you could address that, and then I have just a couple of other comments on a different subject. Thank you.
Sure, thanks for your question, Chris. My impression was that it had to do with capital improvements at parks, and how to allocate those funds. And so if there were capital improvements that were determined to improve the experience for residents, that those would be valued over capital improvements that might be more designed around a visitor coming to that area who might not be familiar with it. And so I think the overall sense was that if we're going to spend more money on park projects, that we should prioritize those projects that have the most benefit to residents.
Okay. And I would also like to add on to what Ian said. There is also a component that was generated by discussion at one of the CACs or the Planning Commission or the RL PAC, and I can't remember which committee it was, but there was discussion about climate change and climate change refugees, and how people who may become climate change refugees may be coming from more urbanized areas where they're used to a higher level of amenities or a different set of amenities. And so that was also put into our discussion with the board at one of our meetings, and that I think as well stimulated that comment from the board that we should be focusing on the residents of the county and looking at the things that make Clatsop County, as opposed to changing the level of service that we provide for people who may have moved here from a different place.
Thanks, Gail. Chris, you said you had a couple of other discussion points.
Just to address those comments, I'd say that there could be special facilities at some parks, and some recreational activities might be quite special, but for the most part, our parks don't have a lot to them. And most of what's there is probably needed for any visitor. A restroom is important to provide for visitors. Otherwise, you end up with a big mess. Same with trash pickup, same with some level of law enforcement presence to make sure that things aren't out of hand, and all those kind of things. So I still go back to my point that if you make it nice for the residents, then it should be nice for the visitors too. And it works the other way. If you make the parks nice for visitors, it's nice for residents. But I guess I'm quibbling over this, and I'll stop that line of questioning. But the other question I have is around how are we getting information about what the future needs of our county is? How have we pulled in? I know this is part of the process right here, right now that we're going through, and I'm sure the Parks and Recs Committee has public meetings to allow for this kind of thing. But I'm just wondering if you can briefly kind of give us an assessment whether you think we have enough data, enough ideas, enough input from county residents of all stripes on what our future needs might be for Parks and Rec, so that we get it right for the future.
Sure. So that is the level of analysis that would happen in an update to the master plan. The master plan is what goes into demographic analysis and recreational trends, and it relies a lot on the statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, or the SCORP. And the SCORP is updated every 3 to 5 years, I think. And there's quite a bit of research that goes into that in terms of analyzing, what are the different needs of different population groups, and how are recreational desires and needs shifting with population changes and with environmental changes and things like that. And then, incorporating population projections from PSU and the latest census data. And again, that level of detail has not happened as part of this comprehensive plan update process, but it would as part of an update to the master plan. And so, as I had mentioned in the presentation, that goal 8, the statewide planning goal 8, requires that analysis to happen. And the last time it was done was in 2006. And so it's now, that information we have is 15 years out of date. And so that update to the master plan really is a priority, so that that can happen again and we can have the best information available.
Thanks, Ian.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let me check. Is there any further discussion points for this section for goal 8? Okay, not seeing hands jumping up or anything. Ian, we appreciate your time and expertise on this. Thank you for walking us through this. Yep. Glad we could get you sorted and let you go about your day.
All right, thanks everyone.
Gail,
Thank you.
do you have material to present for goal 6? I'm assuming that's where we'll head next.
Yes, I do. 1 second. Okay, so goal 6 is air, water, and land resources quality, and this goal was covered by all of the planning area CACs and the countywide CAC before we took our pause back at the end of April. And so the policies that were pulled and the revisions to the existing policies come from that countywide meeting where the countywide members had reviewed all the different recommendations from the planning area committees and then drafted a final recommendation in terms of policy. And so those were the ones that I pulled as staff and put those into the plan that you see before you today. And I know Susanna had raised some concerns. I don't know if it was goal 6 or goal 13 that things were not being accurately reflected. So definitely as we go forward, please be sure to point those out. So goal 6 is very simply stated. The purpose is to maintain and improve the quality of the air, water, and land resources of the state. And that is what this goal does. Those resources include solid waste, geothermal discharges, It addresses noise, atmospheric or water pollutants or contaminants. And our comprehensive plan has to be consistent with both state and federal regulations regarding groundwater pollution and air quality. And at the federal level, those are controlled by the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act. We also have to, as a county, ensure that the level of development doesn't decrease air quality or water quality. And as Ian noted several times, we don't want to also decrease the carrying capacity of the land. We have a limited amount of resources, and so everything has to be in balance. So we did take this item along with goals 8 and 13 to the board for a work session on October 20th. And the concerns that they have, I did not reword them for the most part. I basically took what was being said. First of all, the board wanted everyone to be cognizant of what is the cost of what the county can legally do. If we're proposing things that are going to be cost prohibitive and they won't get done because there's not the funding available to complete those policies or objectives or goals, then basically we've created a plan that doesn't do anything because we won't be able to implement it. The board raised questions about how do we address individual actions versus issues that need to be addressed on a community-wide basis. So some things perhaps on the individual level where we have control over our own activities, such as littering or violating burn bans or things along those lines, we can perhaps address through educational activities. But then as a community-wide effort, there may be things that either require regulation or different types of solutions, and no specific solutions or projects were identified at that work session. There was definitely a concern about not wanting to add additional regulations on private landowners that would be outside the county's purview, and very much an emphasis on not putting more regulations in place than what would be mandated by state statute. Also concerns raised about obviously protecting drinking water. I think that's something everybody agrees on. The commission also directed everyone to be careful about the verbiage throughout the document and making sure that we're not phrasing things subjectively, and making sure that we were consistent, that we didn't call out one particular industry or group over another. The commission also expressed a concern about the lack of current or robust information regarding our natural resources, and I think that we've heard that several times over the past couple of years. It came up again last December as well when the board adopted its strategic plan for 2020, and that was one of the areas that was emphasized by the environmental quality group, was that we just don't have the information we need to be making any real decisions, policy decisions for impacting our natural resources. And that specifically came up in conjunction with water and septic issues on the Clatsop Plains area. One of the board members raised a concern that the particular board member had heard from constituents that where there are septic systems near wetlands, there are a lot of regulations and requirements that septic providers have to meet in order to construct a septic system and permit it. But then the same septic provider also pointed out that, you know, a lot of times you can find homeless camps where they're located in wetland areas or adjacent to natural or aquatic areas, and there's no permits or controls over that and the business that goes on in those particular areas. Again, just making sure that we're not calling out any one industry or agency over another and singling them out either for regulations or criticism or praise, that everybody should be treated equally, and that if Public Works and Department of Forestry and Agriculture all use herbicides or pesticides, then we shouldn't just call out one agency for doing that. We need to call out all agencies and users who do that same type of activity. And then finally, some concern was raised generally that some of the policies as currently proposed, and none were specifically identified, but there may be policies that result in unintended consequences. And so we always need to be cognizant of that as well. And that's all I have on goal 6 at this time. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the group on goal 6? Or on the presentation portion? Let's start with the presentation before we get into the actual goal text. Susanna.
The homeless camps that were referenced, are these sanctioned homeless camps or just impromptu people settling there? Do you know, Gail?
It was not clearly stated. My assumption, perhaps incorrectly, was that these were just people who had taken up residence in a particular area, not sanctioned by any government or organization.
Gail, can you?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions about the frontispiece introduction from Gail there? Nadia, was that you're wanting to hold comment until we get into the bulk of the text? Okay. Okay, so not necessarily seeing anything else. Nadia, I saw a hand there, and it looks like you've got a motion in chat, or maybe a handful of motions. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I know that under historical perspective, the narrative talks about us having clean water, and though we have clean water compared to Pittsburgh, we have lots of listed water bodies, so we definitely have a lot of dirty water. And so I think it's really important to say in that first section, to summarize basically that we have those tables on pages 11 to 15 saying that our estuaries and rivers have a variety of problems.
Gail, so, quick note, Gail, we're in goal 6 at the moment, and you're showing 13, which is why that's not lining up with what you're editing. Sorry, Nadia, just wanted to.
Thank you. As goal 6, page 2, historical perspective. Purple, yeah. So the first sentence, it says we have clean air and water. I'll say we have clean air, but we definitely don't have clean water. And so my motion is that, and I'd like to just make one if possible, but I could split it up, is under historic perspective, we delete the first sentence. Under air quality, discuss the recent fires and smoke. And I think that's important because that's going to be a growing problem for us. And under water quality, at least summarize the historic locations, types, and sources of water pollution outlined at 11 to 15.
So you can make a motion to all 3 of those and see if you get a second. That's fine. Just as point of edification for the rest of you, if someone wants to split those up, you can make an amendment motion, which is a motion to consider by paragraph, I think is the text you would use, but to consider each one of them separately. But if you want to vote on them as a whole, that's certainly your right as a body. So Nadia, you've got a motion, and I'll just remind folks that it is in the chat what she's motioning toward. So there's 3, right? Textual changes suggested in the motion. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Chris. And I'm going to recognize you, even though I think Jim had his hand up too, but I heard you first. So thank you, Chris. Is there discussion on the motion? So, and to restate or read it aloud for everyone. So under historical perspective, to delete the first sentence. Under air quality, to discuss recent fires and smoke, and under water quality, to discuss listed water bodies, summarize their historic locations, types, and sources of water pollution. And again, these are all in the frontispiece section, the narrative section of Goal 6. Any discussion from the group on these changes? Susanna.
On the smoke and air quality, I think there's two different issues. One is that there were listed, I'm sorry, my brain hiccup too, companies that have to do plans about possible air pollution. There somewhere in there, there's a graph that they have to be careful about air pollution. There is the ongoing possibility of some industry or person or something that does it. Then you have the wildfires that are a whole separate, to me, discussion that we've been dodging the bullet in this county. And as I have a lot of timberland, I certainly don't want to see wildfires, and I don't want to be in the middle of one. But that's a whole separate discussion about, to me, it's a separate one about how do we deal with smoke and wildfires from a local Clatsop County wildfire. And I'm sorry, I just want to put that out. Now, there was another thought, but I'd like to just leave that there for now.
All right, thanks, Susanna. Any other discussion on the motion for these text changes from Nadia? Cheryl.
I just wanted to remind us that this motion has three pieces, but the motion is in reference to the narrative. So I feel comfortable to deal with three pieces of the narrative simultaneously. If these were policies, we would want to look deeper into each of them and discuss them separately. But I feel good about these three changes to the narrative.
Thanks, Cheryl. Any other discussion? Chris?
Just one quick point on the impaired water bodies that are depicted in a figure. There's no explanation with the figure as to what the colors, at least on the version I looked at. So the colors should be identified, and at least the dots should be stated that they include such and such type of impaired condition and so on.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Susanna, did I see your hand up again?
Yes, and if we pass this motion, then will we then go deeper into it later?
What do you mean by, can you clarify that question? Sorry.
Well, under, like within the body, there is discussion, there was a notation that Clatsop Soil and Water would be doing water monitoring, and I don't have where that is. Perhaps Chris can speak to that, Chris Farrar. And then I would like to see more in-depth ability to do testing more on chemicals. I was talking about arsenic on another meeting.
This motion is just about the narrative text that Nadia motioned to change three pieces of narrative text under historical perspective, essentially. It doesn't constrain us as far as having other discussions within Goal 6.
Okay.
Any other discussion on this motion to change these pieces of text under historical perspective?
Okay, Chair, who was the second on that motion?
I believe I took Chris, though Jim also put his thumb up or something to that effect, as I recall. Okay, well, seeing no further discussion, let me restate the motion. So there are three elements here, all under the narrative section for historical perspective. The first is to delete the first sentence. Second element is under air quality to discuss recent wildfires and smoke. Under water quality, there's the third element, which is to discuss the listed water bodies, summarize their historic locations, types, and sources of water pollution. So I'll just go around the table and ask if you are in favor or in opposition to this motion. Charles, what is your feeling on the motion?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Susanna?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Mom?
Yes.
Pat?
Yes.
Jim? I think that was a yes, Jim, but I didn't actually hear you. Okay, I got a thumbs up. No objection for that being a yes. Okay. Chris?
Aye.
Nadia?
Yes.
Okay, by my count, that was 9-0. So the ayes have it. Thank you, Nadia. It looks like, did you just add another motion, Nadia?
I didn't throw this one on the end, even though it's still in the same section.
Okay. Should I just read the motion as you? So Gail is copying it. This is not specific language, but staff instruction. So the motion is under the historical perspective noise control section to include discussion of larger sources of noise pollution, possibly including highways, quarries, shooting ranges, vacation rentals, home occupations, factories, and or mills. Let me check. Is there a second for this motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second from Charles Dice. Nadia, as the mover, would you care to open discussion?
There's nothing in this section currently, and it seemed important to at least note. I'm not sure, and county staff knows best, especially code enforcement, on what kind of complaints you get, but those are just my first best guesses on issues that many people in our community struggle with in terms of noise pollution. So I leave it to staff to figure out what's best for that.
Okay, thanks, Nadia. Any other discussion from the group on this section for noise control? Okay, let me check here. My guess is there's no objection here, so I just want to do the vote in that form. Is there any objection to the motion to include staff created text here under historical perspective noise control that would include discussion of larger sources of noise pollution, possibly including highways, quarries, shooting ranges, vacation rentals, home occupations, factories, and mills? Any objection to a staff written section to that end? One more time, any objection to that? Okay, Nadia, thank you for pointing out that section needed some content and giving us a starting point there. Thanks. Any other discussion on either the narrative section, or I'll just note you're all free to go into the policies and goals section too if you'd like. Any other issues to bring up for goal 6? Cheryl, I see your hand.
I would like to look at general policies, and specifically policy I and J. On my printed one, it's on page 24.
Okay, so general policies, IJ, that is 26 in the PDF packet, but 24 is the page number for the packet. Go ahead. Do you have a motion on this too, Cheryl?
Yeah. The motion is to delete policy I and policy J. And my memory is that these two may have come out of discussion in the Northeast. And although they're worthy of discussion and they're good goals, and that's where our discussion came from on these, they are not necessarily part of a land use plan. I don't know as how they're enforceable. So just the concept that although they're good in theory, they don't necessarily need to be part of a comprehensive land use plan.
Okay, so I've got a motion to and this is in the section under general policies, to delete policies I and J. Is there a second for that motion?
I second it.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second to delete policies I and J under general policies. Cheryl, you sort of introduced that with some discussion, so I'm not going to go back to you. Is there further discussion from the group on the deletion of these two policies? Nadia.
I agree. I mean, I'm a composter, so I compost at home. I come from Portland where they compost curbside, which is amazing. I would love to see our county in more urbanized areas have curbside composting and recycling, because I see a lot of this stuff ending up in the landfills. So, but I understand your point. I'm just wondering how that all fits in. So, because I think under energy, we talk about recycling a lot. And to me, these two things are connected. So is it appropriate for this to be in the comp plan at all? If so, under what? If we do have recycling, why not composting? The question.
Thanks. Thank you, Nadia. Any other discussion on this? Jan.
My guess, and in Astoria, we do have compost pickup. My guess is that this is really a city function. I don't know. I just don't have any knowledge as to how the county actually gets into that in terms of the general plan, the comp plan. Maybe somebody else knows.
Any other discussion on the motion? Susanna?
I can just say from the southeast area, it's too widespread to do something like this. The education part is good, but anything more, it's not, I think, physically feasible, both financially and the strung out population.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, let's go to a vote on this then. So this motion is again under general policies in goal 6 to delete policies I and J. I'll go around the table on this one. Can I ask Charles Dice, how do you vote on the motion?
Yes.
Susanna Gladwin?
Yes.
Jan Mitchell?
Yes.
Charles Johnson?
Yes.
Tom Wells?
Yes.
Pat Corcoran?
Yes.
Jim Allegria?
Yes.
Chris Farrar?
Aye.
Nadia Gardner?
No.
Okay, by a vote of 8-1, I believe the ayes have it. So our recommendation is to delete policy I and J. All right, other points of discussion or motions from the floor? Susanna. And then I've got Cheryl and Q too.
You know, I would like to just redo my notes. Could Cheryl go first?
Sure, thank you. Cheryl?
Yes, under water quality policies, it will be policy I. And on the print one, it's on page 25, 26.
The 27 for PDF. Thank you, Cheryl.
Okay. This one was our attempt to address possible conflicts between forest management practices and integrity of watersheds. And it's a very long and cumbersome policy, but we were trying to work around the limitations of Forest Practices Act and to do the best that we could with the limitations. My suggested edit is that we delete the final sentence, starting with the county shall support. So the motion is to edit this by deleting the last sentence.
Okay. So I've got a motion to delete in, and let me get the section title right, in water quality policies, policy I, to delete the last sentence, which begins, the county shall support these municipalities or water districts, etc. Is there a second for that motion?
I second it.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Cheryl, I don't know that you, while you introduced this a little bit, I don't know that you gave the reasoning for wanting to delete this particularly, so I'm going to give you the opportunity to start discussion here if you'd like.
I think this just cleans it up a bit. I think it makes it more workable. Policies should not be that long. And I think the beginning part gets us to where we were trying to go. So hopefully this just makes it cleaner and more workable.
Okay, thank you. Is there further discussion on the motion to delete this last line in policy I? Susanna?
I'm just trying to contemplate all of this. I think this is a very important issue that comes up about protecting those, especially the large water systems of the Lewis and Clark that are providing water for Warrenton and Clatsop Plains, and then the Seaside Reservoir watershed. And I didn't think this would be changed. And to be honest with you, I don't know quite how to address this at the time. I'd want to know if somebody else has more comments.
Okay, thanks, Susanna. Charles?
Yeah, so I think I'm in the same boat as Susanna. Just to say, eliminating the words to clean it up and make it shorter. I would have thought there'd been some other motivation there, but maybe not. I think it's an important concept because it's pretty clear that the existing Oregon Forest Practices Act is not adequate with respect to, certainly with respect to chemical spraying in watersheds that are in the hands of private timber companies. And without, going down the rat hole of changing the Oregon Forest Practices Act, I think it's already been noted that the committee, the Forest Practices Committee, is having some degree of success in their efforts. So that's good. So I'm glad to see that there. I don't quite understand why asking the county to help us who are part of a watershed to encourage that committee to do more work in that area is a bad thing. So I don't quite fully understand it, but that's my comment.
Thank you, Charles. Any other discussion on this? Susanna?
There are two things that have been coming before the state on private forest lands, and I'm not quite sure where the memorandum of understanding that came out of the initiative, the no spray initiative process that was gearing up, and the industrial forest lands wanting everybody to come to the table and not do initiatives in the trade-off of having more notification of timing of spraying, possibly what kind of chemicals. I'm not sure how that is, where the process is on that, and if everybody's living up to the memorandum of understanding. There is also the private forest accord, which will go before the legislature in February, and that's primarily about clean water for fish species, not for human species. I mean, the human species clean water is not discussed in the private forest accord. They mention beavers as well as fish. One of the very problematic things about the private forest accord is they have stream setbacks defined by surface measurement versus horizontal. All surveying of, I mean, general survey practices, everything's on a horizontal measurement, not on measuring the grade, the surface area. Washington State also does the horizontal measurement, but by using a surface measurement, if you're in a steep hillside area, on a horizontal measurement to the water, it could be half as far away as if you do the surface measurement. And I think it's an important thing in protecting our waters, and also which would include for human species as well as fish and beaver. And that, as I say, that is in process now, and I don't know about active comments now, but definitely in February as it goes before the legislature.
I think Jan, I saw a hand, and then Jim and Chris.
Well, I feel inadequate here, but the reason I was going supporting what Cheryl was suggesting, and I think we're being very cautiously diplomatic about how we wade into this. My sense is, from what I've read recently in the newspaper and whatever else I receive, that people are feeling much more optimistic about coming to terms with some of these issues at the state level. And I would be willing to remove that sentence and to, since we can't really change the State Forest Practices Act, but it seems to me at the state level there is movement to move to a more natural system, which will be healthier for our watersheds and our people who are dependent upon those. How's that? That sounds pretty vague, but I'm hopeful that there is going to be change at the state level where it really needs to happen.
Jim, and then Chris.
Thank you, Chair Davis. I support Cheryl's amendment to motion to drop that last sentence for a couple of reasons. One is that it does have the term shall support, so it obligates the county to support the municipalities. It doesn't have any caveats, so I'm very uncomfortable with the fact that it requires the county to support the districts regardless of what they're proposing. I mean, one could interpret it as such. Also, is that if you listen to the, county, the Board of Commissioner meetings, they're always signing letters of support for this thing or for that thing. So by eliminating it does not preclude them supporting any amendments to the Oregon Forest Practices Act, but it does not require them to do that. And personally, I like that flexibility. So, those are my comments.
Chris?
Well, I kind of almost take the opposite view here. I'm not sure what the policy really means when you say to encourage. The county encourages these entities to work with the forest landowners to voluntary. How do they encourage specifically? Do they take a vote and actually say to the two parties, we're encouraging you to work together, or what is it? I mean, I don't think the county really should do that. I think the part you're eliminating actually told them what they needed to do and that it made sense. Don't get me wrong, I'm totally in support of doing something about improving the way we treat our watersheds, especially the ones that provide drinking water. But water for any use, to me, is really the issue. It's all about habitat and environment, and humans are just one species. So I'm for many, many more species than just humanity. But here, I don't know. I could see just eliminating the policy, because I don't think the board's really going to accomplish anything by saying, yeah, we think it'd be nice if you guys would talk together and work something out. There's nothing to it. So that's my comment.
Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, so I'm not seeing further discussion. Let's go to a vote on this one. So again, the motion is in water quality policies, in goal 6, policy I, to delete the last sentence starting with the county shall support these municipalities. I'll go around the table for this one. Charles, how do you vote?
No.
Susanna, how do you vote?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Jan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Cheryl, how do you vote?
Yes.
Lom, how do you vote?
I'm sorry, no.
Okay. Pat, how do you vote?
No.
Jim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chris, how do you vote?
No.
Nadia, how do you vote?
Ooh. No.
Okay, I have a vote of 3 to 5, and it appears to me that the nays have it. Gail, does that match your count? Okay, so I believe that motion fails. Thank you for the discussion there, folks. Chris, I see a hand.
I would like to propose that we step through the policies one by one. I find this confusing, grabbing them out of thin air and presenting them. I looked at the document in consecutive order, and that's just the way my brain works. So I don't understand why we can't just go through policy A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Chris, I don't know that there's any particular reason we can't do that. I've just sort of followed the direction of the motions as they come up, but is there objection from the group in sort of going to the beginning of the goals, objectives, policy section and asking folks for feedback or motions? Any objection on that? Cheryl?
Could we take them in sections rather than policy by policy? So for instance, you would say, are there any discussion on climate change? Then you would say, is there any discussion on general policy? So maybe we could look at them in sections so that we don't get bogged down looking at words on every policy for the, I don't know how many pages there are here.
Sure. Chris is nodding to that as well, so that seems like an acceptable compromise to him. It would appear. If there's no objection from the group, then let's move forward with that plan here. So let's start with goals, objectives, and policies. We've got an overall goal section. There are two major subpoints. I'll just start with the first one, which is on screen right now, which is goal 1 under overall goals, is development in Clatsop County shall comply with all state and federal environmental standards. There are two subpoints there. I won't read them at this time, but is there feedback or motions from the group on that goal section or its two policy points? Chris.
Well, I guess one idea here would be, you know, that one's so basic, I don't see how anybody can be against it. Maybe we only take up in discussion and vote on something that people have some modification or elimination that they want to make of it, and then we just move through them. If there's nobody raising their hand to say something about a particular goal, then it's assumed to be good as is. I don't know how other people feel about that.
I think that's a proper enough approach at this point. I don't see any reason for this group to be using discussion time on things that we largely agree on. So yeah, if there are changes that you would suggest, or if you want to discuss a possible change, I might try to shoehorn you into a motion because I think that's the best way for us to efficiently move forward. But if there were language in this section that you thought was problematic, then you could bring it up. But otherwise, I'll just read a section title or something and give us a few moments in case people need to read the subheadings and such or organize their thoughts, but then I'll move on to the next one if there's no motions out of it. Okay. Susanna, I do recognize you put your hand up before Chris talked. Did you have a discussion point or a motion for this goal 1?
I'm fine with just asking for discussion. I was just going to move that we accept goal 1 policy A and B, and so we could move forward. But if we don't need to go that route, that's fine. Yeah,
I think if I don't hear anything for 15 or 20 seconds, I'll just assume that you all are okay with it, and we'll move to the next one. Which in this case, I think we've probably used that time up. So let's talk about goal 2, which is the county shall encourage the maintenance of a high quality of air, water, and land through the following actions. There's a list of policy-based actions below that. There's 4 of them. Any notions, any motions or discussion on either that subheading or the policies underneath it? Okay, not seeing any there either. So I'm going to take that for assent to that section. So climate change. We have a climate change section with 1 objective and 2 sub-policies. The objective is to encourage the use of low impact or nature-based development technologies that support existing and future natural and beneficial functions. Any discussion or motions on either that objective or the 2 sub-policies? Jim, I see a hand.
Well, I have more of a question rather than any specific statements about it. Obviously, under climate change, it's a very large topic, and what's in here is very inadequate. But I also know that we have discussed in other goals much more complete discussion on climate change. So my basic question is, I'm not too sure how this fits here. If this is the main area, then we need to do a lot of duplication from other goals, or is this really necessary here? So this is more of a question of, it seems very incomplete, and maybe even out of place.
Gail, could I ask maybe staff clarification on this? Is there staff concept right now of where the bulk of climate change policy or text should exist within the comp plan? Big picture here.
As staff, we've had this discussion with members of yeah. And right now, because the state hasn't finalized any rules or requirements about climate change and comprehensive plans, there's the possibility of it going one of two ways. One is that the state comes forward and mandates that everyone adopts Goal 20, which will deal specifically and only with climate change. The other possibility is that the state's going to come back and tell cities and counties that each of their goals will have to address climate change individually. So at this point, the direction that we've been given by the board is that any discussion and policies related to climate change need to be tied to fact-based evidence. The board has expressed their desire that they would like to see what comes down from the state level before we make too many policies and integrate too many regulations that may have to, be revised immediately in the near future. So at this point, as staff, and based on the recommendations that came out of our climate change subcommittee, which was Jim and Cheryl, and I think Pat was in there, and you worked within that climate adaptation framework for Clatsop and Tillamook counties, and we basically pulled the relevant policies and assigned them two different goals within the comp plan. So the long answer is that, the short answer is we have interspersed them throughout all the different goals. Some goals may have more than others.
Thank you, Gail. Pat?
I like the idea of interspersing things amongst many goals. I've worked in this area for a while. I think claiming something as a climate change goal or Goal 20 is like the best way to marginalize everything within that goal. To me, climate change per se isn't the issue. The issue are the impacts of climate change as they affect goals 1 through 19. So for me, I mean, theoretically and philosophically, I could see climate change being a frame and within that thing, but I'm also okay with within ag, within forestry, within hazards, certainly identify what the impacts of climate change are and focus on those impacts in whatever goal they come in. I think it is a losing strategy to put all of the climate change good ideas into one thing that can be entirely ignored if desired. To me, I think it's best to focus on the impacts specifically, wherever they fall in the plan, and then put language around that as far as if these impacts occur, then these things are things that we can do to address those impacts. I know that's kind of hard and weird, and I'm not really sure how that would look, but I guess the more we can intersperse them as staff suggests throughout the plan in terms of the impacts of climate change, I think that's better. My 2 cents worth there.
Thank you, Pat. Any other discussion or motions on the climate change section? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So the general policy section is a bit on the longer side. I'm tempted not necessarily to read these out, but to give a minute here for the group to just look through them and see if folks have anything that they want to bring up either as motions or discussion points. So I'll just pause here for a second and give people a little time to look through this section. and see if any of the general policies are something that people want to discuss or move on. So Charles, I see a hand, so we can start, and then if other folks have things to piggyback on, that's great. But Charles?
Yeah, so I just had a question on policy B, where it talks about metrics shall be identified within 1 year. I guess I drew the assumption that work would be done by the county to come up with those metrics, but I thought I'd ask the question.
Gail, has that work been concluded?
The work has not been started.
Okay.
And so the policy requires within 1 year of adoption of the plan that the metrics be identified. So the policy did not require staff to have it done before today's meeting.
But it is staff that'll do the identifying.
Well, I will not be staff. We obviously don't have the expertise to complete that. So it would be something that would have to be hired out to a consultant who specializes in that type of work.
Ah, okay, thanks.
I apologize, Gail. I didn't know if this was one of our legacy goals that has similar language. Didn't mean to indicate you should have done this already. Other discussion on general policy. So Chris and then Susanna.
Well, on policy C, the next one there on wood wastes, I agree with the idea of trying to encourage the stopping of burning and instead to use it to help enhance the environment. But I don't see in there a mention of specifically using the wood waste to put back into the soil and help improve the soil. And I think it's very important that as much of the woody debris can be put back into our forest soils and in some cases into the streams, because carbon is what our living world is built out of. And if there isn't carbon in the water systems, organisms don't have the molecules they need. Plus, woody debris is habitat for all kinds of organisms in the aquatic systems. So I think maintaining a large store of that on the land is beneficial, and I think it should be recognized.
Is there a motion there, Chris, or a change to language you're suggesting, or is this just feedback for staff?
I guess I could make that into a motion, just suggesting that we add wording to include the use of woody debris to be incorporated into the soil in the area from which the wood products were generated.
Okay, thank you.
Something to that effect. I'm sure Gail worded it much better.
So we've got a motion from Chris and I'm just reading Gail's note here, but to add wording to include the use of woody debris to be incorporated into the soil of the area from which the wood products were generated. And this is subject to staff language massaging. This is not meant to be exact language. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on this motion? I've got Jim and then Susanna.
Yeah.
Jim.
Technical difficulties of finding the mic with the mouse pointer. I understand the good nature of policy C, but overall I'm a bit uncomfortable with it. because of some things that Chris mentioned, and the fact that technology changes, and it's not clear to me whether we may be doing more harm than good by having a policy C. It would be, to me, it would be fine if we have a more simple statement saying that management of wood waste should be, what the objective of managing wood waste would be to reduce / burning because of the, as an aside, because of the air pollution issue. And leave it at that, because it is true about carbon is necessary for the next generation of forests. It's necessary for in-stream. It could also be used for producing energy, and it could also be used, parts of the tree could also be used in chips to produce paper. So there are a lot of nuances to this, and I'm concerned that it may be perceived as being a bit prescriptive. So I would rather just see something more straightforward about reducing / burning, which I believe most people or everybody could agree that would be advantageous, and just leave it at that.
Is that an amendment that you're suggesting, Jim, or?
Well, I'm not too sure, Chair Davis. I'm not really sure what you want to call it. Maybe it's an alternative. I personally would like to hear some further discussions on that. And then you can, depending upon the discussions, I could do a more formal proposal for a simplified policy C.
Okay. Susanna.
I have a variety of problems with this statement. What is wood waste? So managing wood waste, if you have a firewood business, if you're doing this, if you have a mill, that's one thing. If the wood waste, what's left over when you harvest trees and is left on forest lands, it's very problematic when you try to get all of that off, possibly scarifying the soil more, also leaving the soils much more exposed to our heavy rains. I think it's an area that hopefully will be studied more in the future. And just having the wording encouraged as a means to enhance and maintain air, land, and water quality is good to say. We want to improve the economy, and especially for producing energy. I don't think that's appropriate right here. The trouble with picking up slash left over from a logging operation and getting it to a biomass burning energy producing facility is possibly very problematic. And as I said, I think, then there's also the issue of fire hazards. It's a complicated question, and I think it needs to be studied, and I don't think the county should be promoting, encouraging economic use and producing energy from it.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion?
And also, can I just say, echoing what Chris said, I didn't echo what Chris said about woody debris and streams and decomposition and soil carbon capture and all of that from leaving debris behind.
Okay.
That's all.
Any other discussion on the motion from the group? Chad,
Is
do you
this
want to
open
make
for any
public comment?
public? Yeah.
Let me check with the group. Any objection from the group to hearing public comment from Chad Washington? I don't think I hear objection, Chad, so go for it.
Thank you. I think it's important to note what we're talking about here is slash, which is different than large woody debris. Where large woody debris, things like full trees, going into the stream systems are very beneficial. They create back eddy pools. They help with sediment filtering out of the water. Putting slash or these small branches in a stream, it's not beneficial to the stream. They're very quick to rot, and they don't add much as far as ecologically. The other thing about slash is it's not picked up off of the landscape if it isn't needed to be. This is generated mostly at the landings when a whole tree comes up in a logging system and all the branches and tops are cut off. Need to find something to do with that material. So maybe encouraging new technologies like biochar would be appropriate, but I think we need to differentiate between slash and large woody debris when we're talking about the benefit to the stream systems.
Okay. I want to recognize Gail quickly because I think she's leading us to previous discussion of this policy. But
yeah, so this is basically an existing policy in the plan right now. The adopted wording that's in place talks about recovery of wood waste. At the Elsie Jewell CAC meeting, they made a recommendation to change recovery of wood waste to management of wood waste. And that is the policy recommendation that the countywide Citizen Advisory Committee made. And so that is the policy language that was put into this draft plan. And I'm just providing this just to give you some context and historical perspective, so to speak, of where this policy is and where it came from.
Thanks, Gail. Chris.
Well, I fully recognize there's a big difference between large woody debris and just small bits and pieces of wood branches that fall into a stream. But I totally disagree with the idea that that material is useless in the aquatic environment. It's an essential part of habitat for a number of different organisms from bacteria on up. So that's a moot point. But I see where this discussion is kind of getting muddled here. And I think it really would pay if we go back and think of Jim Malagra's comment that maybe what we're trying to get after here is to stop burning out in the forest that contributes to an air quality problem, because this, after all, is a section about air and water quality. And I think if we focused on maybe trying to encourage other ways of handling wood that's left on the ground after timber has been removed, and leave it up to people to decide how they're going to do that, as long as they can fit their plan into existing regulations. Maybe all we want to do is say, please don't burn your stuff out there, because it makes a lot of smoke that's unhealthy for people.
So would this also apply to backyard burning?
To me, it would certainly apply to rubbish burning. As far as fireplaces and wood stoves, that's a whole nother issue that I don't know if we're getting into that or not. But I'm thinking of us dealing with burning out on the more forested landscapes or natural landscapes. And of course, there's parks and rec. I don't want to eliminate fire pits from parks either. So yeah, I know it's a tricky topic.
So I want us to narrow a bit on, let's talk about, we've got a motion on the table about whether to incorporate woody debris into the soil. So let's handle the dispensation of that motion, and then we can talk about whether or not we want to just limit the slash burning or anything beyond woodlot operation sort of things, or if we want to classify that. But so let's try to limit to just this narrow motion that Gail's got up on the screen here. Is there any further discussion of that motion?
Yeah, I'd like to know, if this is something that's going to be proposed policy, if the technology exists, if it's even feasible, or are we just saying, wouldn't this be nice? Let's try to add some policy. I think it's important that we really understand the limitations before putting policy forward, instead of just saying, oh, I heard this would be nice. If there's no technology available or it's not feasible, then why are we encouraging it?
So I've got a couple of hands. I think I saw Chris and Pat and Jim. Chris?
I'll just say that I'm not proposing that you limit the use to wood to only that one thing. I'm saying add it in. So if somebody comes along and they have an idea for producing energy, I'm not in favor of it personally, but there'd be nothing in what I had originally intended that would preclude them from coming forward with that plan, or that they might do something else with the material. Maybe they'll make little compressed wood products and carve statues out of it and sell it at the Sunday market. I don't know. But I'm just putting in storing that material into the soil to improve it as one possibility. I'm not saying that it's the only possibility that anybody should ever have to live with.
Jim and then Pat.
No, I'll pass on my comments.
Okay.
I'll just wait till we have a vote on the motion.
Okay, Pat.
I mean, second of all, I would say just because technology doesn't exist currently for something, this is a long-term plan. Certainly forestry technology has evolved a lot in the last 40 years. So that doesn't concern me too much. What concerns me more is it sounds like we're talking about suggesting changes to commercial forest practices, which I'll remind everybody comes back to the black box of goal 4, which means stop talking. And so I just caution us a little bit here, even though we're in air quality, it sounds like we're talking about commercial forest practices, which brings us right back to our aspirational issues of the past. So I would just caution us to keep this within the bounds that we have, but try to, I guess, suggest our intention. But it just seems to me we're like back to goal 4 issues again.
Pat, Susanna.
I think there is a lot of land in Clatsop County, in rural Clatsop County, that has trees on it that owners are utilizing, and I think some policies that would include regulations on burning. It's an issue if somebody wants to burn their wood wastes. It happens fairly often. Again, I keep going back to, I think this is all a complicated question, and I think that it should just be open for study, and even including on larger forest tracts of the different possibilities I worry less about the slash burning as long as it's done really safely and it doesn't cause fires, which I remember many decades ago at times it happened, and I haven't heard of it recently, which I'm thinking that timber companies are being are being a lot more careful with the slash burning. And it's, for me, it's more not leaving enough woody debris behind for soils and water and things like that. And yeah, and I know, like, I've seen some of the logging machines that will grab a tree, strip it clean, leave all the branches on the ground, move forward over the branches, protecting the soils, and leaving all those branches behind. And I really liked looking at that kind of logging machinery. So I think the future, who knows what the future will hold. And I just would encourage that it's safely managed, and that just leaving off the last bit of improving the economy and producing energy, and instead saying it's an area for future study.
Okay, let me check again. Any other?
But I think there is.
Any other discussion on the motion?
I just want to say, yeah, I just want to say, to reiterate about, I think that is a big issue for small landowners throughout the county.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, let's take this one to a vote. So we've got a motion on the floor that was to add wording to include the use of woody debris to be incorporated into the soil of the area from which wood products were generated into policy C here under general policies. I'll go around the table for this one. Charles Dice, how do you vote on the motion?
I vote yes.
Susanna, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Cheryl, how do you vote?
Yes.
Pat, how do you vote?
Sure.
Was that a yes, sir? Sorry.
Yes, that's a yes.
Okay, thank you. Jim, how do you vote?
No.
Lam, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chris, how do you vote?
Aye.
Nadia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, my count is 8-1, so I believe the ayes have it. So the motion passes. Staff, we count on you to incorporate that concept as best you can. Any other feedback, discussion, motions on the general policies section of Goal 6? The general policy section of Goal 6. Suzanne.
I would like another motion for policy C. And have that motion to be the study of wood wastes with the outcome of enhancing and maintaining air, land, and water quality.
So to be clear on that, you're proposing that the county study that subject?
No, I mean, I just think this is something that's going to keep evolving, of how to handle wood waste. And the county needs to be open to the handling of wood wastes. And rather than the slash burning, because again, I think this is most relevant for small landowners, not timber companies, because of the Forest Practices Act. But I think it's very relevant for small wood owners and the issue of burning sometimes that happens.
So I'm just trying to pin down, Susanna. So the language that Gail recorded, you said to add the study of wood wastes with the outcome of enhancing air, land, and water quality.
Right.
I'm trying to pin down who would be doing that study.
Right. So I would say just be open to the study. I mean, just general studies, not county studies, but environmental studies, timber studies, just open to, I don't know how to word it, the evolution of the management of wood wastes. I don't know, that will enhance and maintain air, land, and water quality. And protect us against forest fires. Sometimes fires have been started by people burning blackberries inappropriately.
All right, that last edition, the forest fire thing, is a new curveball. But I think what you're really talking about here could probably be encapsulated by just asking the county to, instead of this general management term, saying something about best practices for management of wood waste, because it sounds like you're just talking about updating county encouragement as better practices come online. Does that seem accurate to you?
Yes, that's yep, good.
Okay, so I'm going to take this as a motion to insert the words best practices in management of wood waste at the beginning of policy C. Is there a second for that insertion of best practices in management of wood waste? Is there a second for that?
Can I interject something first though?
Sure.
Rather than, I want to also just leave off improving the economy and producing energy.
Okay.
Have both of those things in my motion.
Okay, so we've got a motion to add best practices in management of wood waste at the beginning and to delete improving the economy and for producing energy at the end. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we've got an insertion and a deletion in this motion. Is there a second for the motion from the group?
I'll second it. If I may say, just to allow for brief discussion around those changes.
Okay. So we've got a motion and a second. Anybody want to head off discussion?
Just to clarify, this is to disregard the benefit of improving the economy and to disregard and remove the production of energy. Is that the motion as proposed?
The motion would delete both of those items, yes. Chris.
My reason for seconding and wanting a little discussion around it is exactly the business of the end of that statement as originally written, that included the improving economy and producing energy, which makes the whole policy rather broad reaching and comprehensive. And I still go back to the idea that I thought of this mostly as being directed at air quality and trying to perhaps reduce the amount of fine particulate smoke particles that people might be subjected to breathing. So it was more health and safety. And I would hope that anything that's done out there on the land somehow helps our economy, and when possible is another alternative source of energy. However, I'm not in favor of carbon-based energy systems. So I'll leave my comments at that, and I suggest we try to move this along as quickly as possible to a vote.
Any other discussion on the motion? Pat?
Economic development is obviously important. That's why we have an entire goal, on it. I think this is the goal around air quality, and so nothing against improving the economy, et cetera, but I think it's more focused to remove that in this case without any other reason than to remove it because it doesn't focus on the goal at hand.
Okay. Any other discussion on this motion? Okay, so let me restate the motion, then we'll go to a vote. So the motion, it's got two parts. One is the insertion of best practices in management of wood wastes at the beginning of policy C. The second part is to delete the end of policy C, which is improving the economy and for producing energy. So that's the two parts of the motion, an insertion at the beginning and a deletion at the end. I'll go around the table for votes on this. Charles, how do you vote on the motion?
I vote no.
Susanna, how do you vote on the motion?
Yes.
Jan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Cheryl, how do you vote?
No.
Pat, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Lom, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chris, how do you vote?
Aye.
Nadia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, I have a vote of 7-2 in favor of the motion. So the motion passes. Okay, let me ask again, is there other discussion or motion points for the general policies section of Goal 6, Air, Water, and Land Resource Quality? Susanna?
Well, I have a note here. I have a note for policy K, but I don't remember that one, and definitely R. Would you scroll down to? I don't know why I have K there, ignore that. But, oh, it must have been in another section.
Okay. Let me go back to the group quickly here. Any other general policy feedback from the group? So let's move to the next section, which we see the top of, which is the alternative siting policies section. And this appears to be principally about solid waste and recycling facilities. Any feedback on this section or motions? Okay, how about the next section, which is, air quality policies. Air quality policies has 4 sub-items. Any feedback or motions on air quality policies?
Would you keep scrolling down, Gail?
Yeah.
Well, we're out beyond air quality policies at the moment, though. Sorry, Gail, I'm giving you conflicting directions, but all the next line of policy D ends with trees, period. So we're not missing a lot. Jim?
Oh, okay.
Policy D.
I'm
not really sure for a couple of things. I think just having a policy and promoting deciduous trees in an area that's inherently ideally situated for coniferous trees may not be wise. The only areas would be in a riparian zones. That's where deciduous trees can grow well. And it strikes me as an area where the county really shouldn't be involved in, because I don't really know what, I know it states that it's to reduce the impact from wildlife, and from wildfires, excuse me. But I guess I don't find a compelling reason to have a policy D. So I make a motion actually to delete policy D.
Second.
Thank you for not forcing me to shoehorn a motion for you, Jim. So I've got a motion and a second to delete policy D. Any further discussion of the deletion of policy D as a motion? Pat?
I generally just agree with Jim. It's very specific, it's very objective, it's very task oriented. I think it's too granular for this scale of plan.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the deletion of policy D? Susanna?
I think it's a good comment for dealing with wildfires because deciduous trees do catch fire a lot less than conifers, but it is pretty specific for right here. So I agree with everybody. I wanted to make that comment though. I think it's appropriate in a fire study area, fire response policy.
Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, I'm going to try this one differently because we've only heard agreement so far. Is there any objection to the deletion of policy D? Any objection to the deletion of policy D? Okay, so I'm hearing.
Sorry, I don't have an objection really. I just wanted to kind of know, I mean, originally that people came up with this plan. Is there more to it than what is there now? I know that maybe we think that this, I guess we might have put more thought into this later on and figured it's not going to work, but there must be some sort of ideas why that was proposed in the first place, if anybody knows.
Gail, do you happen to have any background on this one?
The only thing I have is that this was a new policy that was proposed by the countywide CAC during your review of Goal 6, and I don't remember the context of the discussion or who may have brought the issue up.
Jim?
You know, if we're discussing street trees, then I could see where you would want to, planting deciduous trees would be fine. But as it stands now, it's just a blanket policy across the county. And that's really why I object to it.
Okay. Susanna?
What was the policy heading for that one?
Air quality.
Okay.
Okay, well, let's go to Susanna.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Let's go to a vote on this then. So all those in favor, well, I'll go around the table again. So I'll just ask if you are in favor or opposed to the deletion of policy D. Charles, what is your vote?
Yes.
Susanna?
Abstain.
Jan?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Pat?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Lom?
Yes.
Chris?
Aye.
Nadia?
Yes.
Okay, by a vote of 8-0 with 1 abstention, I believe the motion passes, so we would recommend the exclusion of policy D. Thank you all. Any further discussion on the air quality section? Okay. Susanna?
Well, can I just, somewhere under, there's an R and it's about wind-blown pollutants, which I would think would be air quality, but I think it must be further down.
I believe that the only section with an R is water quality, which we're coming up on next.
Okay.
I'll just check one more time. Any other discussion on air quality policies? Okay, so I'm just going to interject with a little note here on time. So we're at 11:58. Within goal 6, we have water quality policies, land quality policies, and noise policies still to go. I will say the latter 2 are quite short, but the water quality policies is the longest one of the goal. It's up to you all when you want to take a lunch break, a recess for lunch for a half hour, but I would say this could be a natural spot depending on how bogged down you think we will get in water quality policies. Just opening that for discussion. I do see Charles, you've put a note in chat to take a break, but does anyone want to make a recess motion, or should we go on to water quality policies?
I move we recess.
Okay, can you specify how long, Chris? Sorry.
31 minutes.
31 minutes, all right.
Nadia seconds.
So I have a motion and a second to recess for 31 minutes, which would have us coming back at 12:30. Is there any objection to us recessing for 31 minutes at this time? Okay, hearing no objection, thank you. We'll come back at 12:30.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you, Gail. So returning from our little recess for lunch, let's pick up on water quality policies. So does anyone have feedback or discussion points or motions for the water quality policies section under goal 6? Chris.
I'll have a few, but it helps if actually you could scroll down through them. I don't have any comments about A, B, C, or D.
Okay. Gail, could I?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Chris. I just wanted to ask a question on F here. Is there a reason to pick that one particularly out outside of the sub area parts of the comp plan? You know, I'm just assuming that say Clatsop Plains area of the comp plan has its own considerations for water protections, or the same for Northeast for the Nat Creek.
Yeah, so there's not a particular requirement that we have it both in the community plans and in goal 6. I think having it in both locations but reinforces the policy cross there's a word I'm looking for that's not coming to mind. Cross
Okay.
reinforces, so to speak, but it doesn't have to be here.
Okay, just curious. Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, that kind of addressed a point I had about F. I thought also that it's a little vague on what kinds of protections, but I guess it's fine to leave it rather general. But I don't know if it'd be important to indicate that it's more for quality or more for quantity, or if that matters. It's just, I'm just kind of making some comments here. Down further though, in in policy H, I would propose to add an additional agency that, actually in this one you specify the state soil and water conservation commission, which is the state level, but then you list CREST and watershed associations, which are more of a county level or regional. And I would like to see that the Clatsop Soil and Water Conservation District be added in there, even though it may seem redundant. It is in fact different than the one mentioned further up in the paragraph.
Okay,
So that's a small point.
Is there a second for the motion to add the Clatsop Soil and Water Conservation District, let's say after, Chris, is it sufficient to add it after watershed associations?
I'll second.
Okay, so we've definitely got seconds there. I think Susanna and Charles both. This appears to me to be a pretty, very nearly a Scrivener's change. So let me just ask, is there any objection to the addition of Clatsop Soil and Water Conservation District to this list? Any objection to that addition? Okay. Thank you, Chris. I think that's approval there. Susanna, you had your hand up a bit ago.
On this, in this part of all the policies down to, I think it's S. But I'm not going to say nothing between here and S, but want to go to S?
Sure.
No. Oh shoot, and I just was reading it and it's about people doing business like auto repair and protecting
That's O.
right there, I see it. Oh, well, I did have O down. Okay, yes. So I remember having a big discussion on our local committee that I think that having auto repair out here is very important, because if your car is broken down, you don't want to tow it all the way into a commercial industrial district for repair. So I'm not sure why that's there, since our committee said the opposite, but because I see that as appropriate development for the needs out here. I mean, auto repair in particular. And the other thing that's out here a lot, which is totally appropriate, are the logging companies, the ones that actually do the logging, not timber owners, but the logging companies. And they have big shops and lots of trucks and machinery, etc. And I would just like to have some kind of develop a policy where around gravel pavement that for runoff, there's a way that, in a sense, there's a swale or there's a buildup of organic matter like chips and bags that absorb any runoff and filter the runoff.
So it seems like there's some separate issues to unpack there, Susanna. One seems to be that you're indicating that your area group didn't like the home occupation automobile repair example here. So are you wanting us to take that back out, or wanting us to indicate as a group we don't, whether or not we want that?
Yes, I think leaving inappropriate development is okay because, as I said, I think there's a lot of appropriate development that we need out here. But I would like to see more than just monitoring the cumulative impacts of pollution, groundwater, surface water, but that there actually is work in the planning process about berms and ways that runoff doesn't leave the shop areas, for example.
So I'm feeling that those are two different subjects. That's my feeling anyway. I don't know if the rest of the group will agree with me or not. But so I'm thinking we should have a motion to whether we want to delete this example, home occupation auto repair. The inclusion of mitigation techniques. I don't know if you want to put that in policy O, or, you know, there are other policies here like policy Q that speak directly to that, though it's in that case road runoff, not necessarily, you know, like pavement or industrial area runoff. But let's try this subject first. So is there a second for deleting this example of home occupation auto repair from policy O?
I second it.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the deletion of this example? Nadia. For some reason, I can't hear you, Nadia, even though you are off mute, it looks like. Not yet. Let me go to Charles, and then Nadia, if you can jump in, we'll come back to you if possible. Charles?
Yeah, so personally, I don't have a problem with leaving it in because, you know, in certain parts of the county, home occupation is really well defined, and, you know, having an auto repair shop in a residential area is one of the things that you're not allowed to do as a home occupation. There are a number of other examples of home occupation you could also pick on that aren't allowed in residential neighborhoods. So I think it's a zoning issue, which arguably we're crafting policies from which zoning regulations would fall out at some point. But I don't see any reason to exclude this one myself.
Okay. Jim.
Well, my rationale for seconding it is simply because of singling it out. I'd rather have the staff make the appropriate adjustments to zoning to include or exclude more than just automobile repairs. Personally, Charles, I agree with you. I wouldn't want to have a automobile repair business next to me in a rural area. But I think we need to step back and look at the larger picture here.
Thanks, Jim. Any further discussion? Nadia, you're typing? It appears, but did you?
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, sorry about that. The new earbuds failed me. I was just trying to find some sort of middle ground. I think I agree with the last two speakers in that we don't want industry all over the county just because it's convenient. We want it to be focused, and part of the reason is about monitoring. And so higher impact industries of all kinds need to be watched. And if they're scattered everywhere, it's very difficult to do so. So I had suggested maybe something else, so you could take a look at that. And if we get past this one, we can look at the next motion.
And that's in chat, just so that that's explicit for folks.
Yeah, I'll read it, sorry. Ensure that home occupations and industries that impact water quality are focused in commercial and industrial districts and well monitored. So the focused makes it a little more loosey-goosey, so that if there are areas that staff and leadership want them to be able to be, then that's okay. But really thinking about, you know, being able to understand impacts and enforce as you need to, as they violate laws.
Okay, thank you, Nadia. And Jan, I see your text there in chat too. I do want to again try to bring people back to focus on the motion we've got on the table and figuring out whether or not we think this is a good idea. And then secondly, I think in general we want to sort of avoid too much wordsmithing. While I appreciate what we're doing sidebar here, we just want to delegate that to staff if we've got a direction that this needs to go. But then we don't necessarily need to debate every word we're going over here, just to avoid that a little bit. But any other discussion on just deleting this example? Okay, let's go to a quick vote on this one. I'll go around the table. So this is the motion to delete the example home occupation automobile repair from policy O. Charles, how do you vote?
I'll abstain. I can't decide.
Okay. Susanna, how do you vote?
Yes, to delete. That's yes.
Yes, that is a vote yes is to delete, yes. Cheryl, how do you vote? And Cheryl may be sort of preoccupied at the moment. She noted that in chat as well. Pat, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Lom, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Jan, how do you vote?
No.
Chris, how do you vote?
Aye.
Nadia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, I have a vote of 6-1 with 1 abstention and 1 non-vote. Does that seem correct to you, Gail? So I believe the motion passes. Okay, let's go to further discussion or motions. Nadia, do you want to make? I know I've had my bit about not wordsmithing too much, but do you want to?
I can withdraw it if it. I can withdraw it.
I mean, I don't mind you making the motion. I just don't want us to get bogged down in too much whether or not 1 or 2 of those words is the right thing or not.
I think it's fine.
Got it.
It's fine as is. It's
okay. Okay, thank you. Susanna?
I would like to see Jan's contained on site be inserted in Q. Encourage the use of bioswales open space to regulate, mitigate impacts of heat islands, and also to expand property and road runoff.
I'm not sure I heard where you think we should insert the contained on-site language.
Q.
Yeah, I'm not sure where in
Policy
the
Q.
sentence. Yeah, I got that you wanted policy Q. I just didn't know where.
Encourage the use of bioswales and open space to reduce or mitigate impacts. I'm not sure about this heat island thing, but they have heat islands, comma, impacts of the road runoff. I'm sorry, road runoff, and I would include not just road, but property runoff. That it be contained on site for property runoff contained on site. And I'm not a wordsmith, and I'm so sorry, but maybe Gail can do it. Do you know what I mean, Gail?
Yeah, I think I do. So hold on a sec. So I think after open space, we want to put to contain, and it, probably not just limited to road runoff. Okay, so my suggested wording is encourage the use of bioswales and open space to contain runoff on site to reduce or mitigate impacts from development.
Yep.
Susanna, does that capture the motion that you wanted to make?
Yes, and by development, if there is, you know, whatever is happening, a local gas station like out here in 26 or anything, that would be covering that, right, Gail?
Yeah, our definition of development in the code is very broad, and pretty much anybody who looks at a piece of land has developed it. So.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's my motion.
So there's a motion to, let's just say, alter the language of policy Q so that it would read, encourage the use of bioswales and open space to contain runoff on site and to reduce or mitigate impacts from development. Is there a second for that motion?
I second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion before we go to a vote? Chris.
I'm a little bit concerned about the use of the term runoff in such a inclusive manner. Water that falls on properties needs some way to get back to the natural stream system. We don't want polluted water to enter. So bioswales hold that back and presumably process the water through biological means. And open space can absorb water and the soil then acts as a filter. But to say that you want to contain runoff on the site and never let it get to a stream is probably not a real good plan. Part of our problem is impermeable surfaces, but even if they're permeable and you're retaining it on lots of land and not letting it get into the streams, it's going to affect the natural hydrological systems. So that's a comment, and you can do what you want with it.
Thanks, Chris. Susanna?
Chris, would you be okay to, instead of contain, to filter runoff?
Yes, it's excellent. I don't know why I didn't just say that. Sorry.
Let me just run this by the group really quickly. So I'm going to treat that as a motion from Susanna to amend contain, replace the word contain with filter. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second to replace contain with filter. Let me just check on this one. Is there any objection to that change? Any objection to replacing contain with filter? Okay, so I don't hear any objection. So thank you for that quick movement to change that word there. Okay, any discussion on the amended language here for policy Q? Okay, so I'm not seeing any other hands or hearing anything for discussion, so let's go to a vote on this. This is a motion to replace the language in policy Q so that it will read, encourage the use of bioswales and open space to filter runoff on site and to reduce or mitigate impacts from development. So I'll just ask your vote if you would like to replace the existing policy Q with the language I just read. Charles Dice, how do you vote?
Yes.
Susanna Gladwin?
Yes.
Cheryl Johnson?
Yes.
Pat Corcoran?
Yes.
Jim Allegria?
Yes.
Kwan?
Yes.
Jan Mitchell?
Yes.
Christopher R?
Aye.
Nadia Gardner?
Yes.
Okay, I've got a vote of 9-0, so the motion passes. Thank you for discussion on that one. So let's go back to the floor. Any other motions or discussion on the water quality section here? Chris, I see your hand. Oh, I don't hear you, sir. Sorry.
If we could just scroll up to J, policy J. It says county shall identify and map all watersheds, including small watersheds essential to drinking water supply. It may be nitpicking, but a watershed is, there's an infinite number of watersheds that could be mapped in any place. A watershed is the land that's at a higher elevation to some point arbitrarily chosen on a stream, at which the water falling on that piece of land runs past that selected point. And so on a stream, you can choose the watershed to be at mile 19 or mile 19.5 or mile 19.1 or mile 19.7. So you can see there's actually an infinite number of watersheds. So rather than the county shall identify and map all watersheds, the county really should just use the watersheds that the state agencies tend to use, I think, rather than map their own watersheds. And those watersheds, for the most part, I think have been established for, as well as it's known, for our drinking water systems within all counties in the state. They have recharge areas for groundwater systems. They have the surface water systems aerial extent that focuses water to a drinking water supply. So I think it would be better to reword that where you take the county off the hook of identifying and mapping these watersheds, and that they use the existing knowledge of such agencies as DWR, DEQ, the Department of Health, which does have a lot to do with the drinking water supplies, and I think I'd also like to say that the policy might be extended to include more than just drinking water. However, you could make a second policy that would include such things as irrigation water, which you want certain water quality characteristics to be maintained for good irrigation water, water for livestock, for agricultural use, water for even industrial processes, and so on. So I'd like to either tweak policy J to fix the business about identifying and mapping, and then to expand the types of water that are to be protected. And then there's water just for wildlife. There's just the quality of water in the streams for other organisms to live in. So that's kind of a discussion. I don't. That's not a that's not a very good motion, but maybe somebody wants to comment on what I'm saying and tell me I'm full of baloney or whatever.
Okay, so I'm not going to take that as a motion, given it's wide-ranging. Charles, you put your hand up for a second there. Did you have comment, or did you want to make a motion that was focused in some way on this?
No, I certainly have a comment.
Okay.
And the comment is that the Southwest Coastal Committee certainly was at least one of the committees that put this thing on here, I think, or had the similar recommendation. And our recommendation was we weren't going to put the onus on the county to map the watershed. We were going to put the onus on the county to identify it, list it, and to show the watershed map, if one exists, on their GIS system. But I wouldn't expect the county to do the work. There is a pretty well-defined methodology and technology within the Oregon Water Resources Department for how you go about mapping a watershed, certainly for municipal or community water supply districts, and that's well understood, and there are plenty of private people in addition to WRD that actually do the mapping. And there are certainly down in the Southwest area anyway, there are watersheds that have not been listed on the Goal 5 inventory. For instance, the Falcon Cove Beach Water District watershed is one of them. That should be listed, and we do have a watershed map that we can provide. But there are other smaller private water systems that have not been either identified or necessarily mapped. And I know, again, as part of this process of the comprehensive plan update, we have reached out to those folks and talked to them, and now that they know it's a useful thing to do, they are setting out to get their watersheds mapped. So I think that information would be really important to identify and to get on a map, so that other people, like, let's say, private timber company owners, at least have a spot they can go to figure out where these watersheds are, so they can, be careful about it.
I'm not sure I got a clean motion out of that either, Charles, though that was valuable discussion and background here.
Yeah, it wasn't the motion. I mean, sure. I personally, I like it the way the policy is exactly the way it sits. I'm just trying to clarify that where it says the county shall identify and map, it wasn't necessarily that they create the map, just that they take whatever the existing map or the existing information is and put it on their GIS map.
Okay. Let me recognize Chris and then Susanna.
I'm just wondering if we couldn't simply tweak that statement a little bit and say that the county will make available on their website, if that needs to be stated, or just simply make available maps of watersheds that supply water for human use, or something to that effect. In other words, they're making this information available and using it hopefully in consultation when land use decisions are being made. But they're not actually, to me, the word map, I have a geological background. When we say we're going to map something, it means we're going to go out there on the ground, walk around and hit rocks with a hammer and dig holes and things like that, figure out what's there. So maybe I'm have a different definition of what it is to map something. But we're talking, I think we're all in agreement. We don't want the county to do the work of developing these maps. We want them maybe to assist in that process, but to use what's recognized by various water scientists that work in the field.
Thanks, Chris. I put language in the chat. I can't motion, but the suggested language if you want to go in some sort of direction like that. But Pat, you had your hand up briefly there. Or actually,
I was going to try something like, I move the language be changed to, Clatsop shall maintain an inventory of watershed maps, including small local watersheds essential for a drinking water supply. Again, sort of that wholesaling function where they're not out generating maps. Those maps exist. The intent is for the county to have those and use those regularly. So my motion would be that Clatsop County shall maintain a watershed map library.
Okay.
Including small local watersheds essential for drinking water.
So that is to replace the language identify and map all watersheds with maintain a watershed library.
Watershed map
library. Thank you. And then Gail asks a clarifying question there in chat too.
No. Oh, I mean, my point was just, yes, the county either have or point into the direction of the latest watershed maps, like we do for other kind of things, not to generate and do it individually, but to be that broker.
So let me just check, is there a second for Pat's motion, which is to replace language identify and map all watersheds with maintain a watershed map library?
I second it.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second to change some of the language there. That second was from Jan. Is there a discussion on that motion? Jim?
I agree with the intent. My concern, I think that's what Gail is getting to. Maintain to me means they actually will change watershed boundaries as more information becomes available, rather than just pointing to a source that will, like the state, that would do it for the county. I'm not too sure what word would be more appropriate to be clear that the county is not expected to actually maintain the maps themselves. Maybe display the maps, or I'm not too sure what the word is. Maybe Gail can have some suggestions. I think everybody understands the intent. We just need to make it clear to everyone our intent.
Gail?
So the concern I would have, and the reason I posed the question is we, as I understand it, would essentially gather the state's GIS data, import it into our own GIS system to display on county web maps, which, first of all, is just in my head a duplication of effort for our GIS staff when this information is already out on the web in really cool mapping formats where you can find all sorts of data. So you're duplicating work basically for our GIS staff. You're increasing the likelihood that in the process of importing that data and changing it over to our web map formats that an error may occur. And then at what point are we held liable for such an error? I understand there is no one-stop shop, at least that I've been able to find, but I don't know if the county is the correct entity to become that one-stop shop. Those are just my concerns.
Pat?
I agree with Gail for all the things she just said. And the whole point is not to do exactly that. It seems to me that in this, the county shall identify and map all watersheds is one thought, but it seems like the real motivation were small local watersheds essential for drinking supply. I know I made this motion, but is this really about managing the maps, or is this including local watersheds essential for drinking supply into the understanding of our watersheds? If that's the case, then we should focus on that. If it's a thing we need to split in two, I guess I would ask Gail, how is it currently as far as watersheds in the county? What do we currently do? But does that work?
We don't do anything.
Does that work?
I don't know what I don't know if I'm fully understanding what you're looking for. So right now, if you come in for a development permit, we don't have a watershed layer. We have a layer of the associations, but not watersheds themselves. And we do not have a requirement in our zoning code that addresses watersheds. So what is the end result that you would like to see come out of this in terms of something that county staff would do on a regular basis? What is it that you would like us to get to? Tell, every time we get a development permit, check a box that says you're in X watershed, or if you're in X watershed, you should not build here, or you need to build to this standard. I need to know what the end goal is so I can better answer your question, I think.
Yeah, I think good clarification. And I think this also is prompted by something I heard with regard to the Southwest. I think sometimes there's a collapsing of the term watershed. That means sort of catchment basin with water district, which means sub-catchment basin that is used for the direct drinking by human beings. And what I surmise is the essence of policy 1 are for those parts of the basin that are serving human water drinkers, that those had some consideration in the county planning scheme. That's what I'm taking from that, and some language directly focused on that might be productive. This whole business of the county managing maps and stuff, I think might be a bunny trail that isn't necessary.
Okay, and I'm going to go back and I'm going to ask Charles for some clarification, because I think what has driven this whole policy J language is coming out of the concerns raised in the Southwest as part of the Falcon Cove Domestic Water District, that spraying is occurring and the water district is not always being notified or feeling they're getting adequate notice. I think we talked about this a little bit last month as well. So I'm gonna throw this back to Charles and ask him for some further clarification, please.
Yeah, thanks, Gail. I'm happy to give it a shot. So in my eyes, the real concern is with kind of what you just suggested a minute ago, is that if when somebody's doing development, the county does tell them that, oh, yes, your property is in, somebody's watershed, and therefore either some rule applies if it does, or you should contact, or be aware anyway that your property is in this watershed area, and perhaps there's some rules that might apply. That I think is something that we, I'm speaking with my water district board member hat on now, that we, the water board or any water board, would want to have occur so that people know where our watershed is. The dilemma right now is that they don't know. And most people don't know where to go amongst the, whatever 45 agencies in the state, however many they are, don't know where to go to find a watershed map. And, to me, it wouldn't be all that difficult for the county to, in fact, show those watershed maps, because, the ones most of them are carried in WRD if there is such a watershed map. But as I mentioned earlier, there are some smaller districts that don't have watershed maps, but they're, you know, they are in the process of getting them mapped, and hopefully WRD will include them on their maps. I don't know whether they will or not, because I don't know what their rules are. But certainly to the extent, again, that we have current knowledge that's better than no knowledge, that current knowledge ought to be available to people who are doing development or doing things like forest practices or aerial spraying or hand spraying or whatever they're doing. If they're in a watershed, it's, in my eyes, it's important for them to be able to know they're in a watershed.
Thank you, Charles. Gail, does that answer your questions at all? Does this clarify things for you?
So as I've understood what Charles said, I think there are two issues here. There's the issue that's occurring with activities that are associated with Forest Practices Act, and this is what we talked about last month. And I know Chad Washington had said that he would work with everybody who wanted to be notified and added to the list of notifications, at least as far as their activities went. That, I think, is outside of the county's purview. If we're talking about development that occurs in, and we don't see a lot of development occurring in forest lands, which is most likely where your watershed is located, and the F80 zoned properties, that you're not going to see development there that's not covered by the Forest Practices Act for the most part. So if you're talking now about someone in your water district coming in, you know, what are the rules that you want to put in place? Is it just, we're sorry, we aren't going to let you develop here, or what is the rule that you want to ultimately see come out of this policy? That's what I'm lacking clarification on, separate from the Forest Practices Act, which won't be covered here.
I want the watershed to be available to anybody that owns property or plans to use the property, so that they know where the watershed is, and they can be aware that they have property that is in a particular watershed.
Okay, Susanna, and we are branching afield at this moment. I want to recognize that too, but we do have a motion on the table to change the language of policy J. But Susanna, do you have discussion?
Can the county just maintain links to the maps or whatever's out there for a suggestion for developers to go to?
We can.
Just to put in there that they were linked. What? I'm sorry, what?
Yes, we can.
Gail?
Yes, Susanna, we can do that.
Would that satisfy everybody?
It's certainly better than what we have now. Again, I'd rather see, you know, a layer. I mean, the county already has a number of different layers, like the local wetland inventory layer, which is a great addition to, and very important to the county mapping system. And personally, I'd love to see the watersheds handled exactly the same way.
Chris.
I agree with the discussion here. So it's just a matter of getting a few details down. It seems to me when I visit county websites, there's often a disclaimer on the maps that you get, warning you that these are not necessarily going to stand up in the Supreme Court of the United States, but they're our best, they're to the best of our ability. They're showing the maps as we obtained them from existing sources. So I don't see why the county can't have more or less a library or some repository, web-based, of maps of watersheds that are defined by DWR, and also I'll mention again the Department of Health and Human, I don't know if it's Health and Human Services, but they oversee water supplies in the state, and they have very small scale maps. They don't show a lot of detail of most of the water systems in the state and what their contributing area is for their water. And so I don't see why we can't pull those in and just say, these are to the best of the county's ability, presentations of those maps, and they're provided for people to understand that the important water resources for this particular community are derived from this area, and a certain amount of respect and responsibility would be the appropriate thing to do. You know, I see this in other cities and towns around the world where they tell you what watershed you're in and ask you to be careful and to not mess it up. And I think it actually works. There's a lot of places with storm drains that have fish shown on there and say this drains to such and such a creek. So I think by putting out these watershed maps, it helps inform our citizenry of where a very valuable and sensitive resource exists, and to respect it. So I think it's worth doing.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Okay, let me restate the motion before we go to a vote here. The motion is on policy J to change the language map all watersheds to maintain a watershed, excuse me, I think it's actually to take the identify and map all watersheds, that whole section, to maintain a watershed map library, including small local watersheds, etc. Charles, on the motion, how do you vote?
Yes.
Susanna, how do you vote?
Yes.
Cheryl, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mom, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chris, how do you vote?
Aye.
Nadia, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Pat does not appear to be at his desk, so but his vote is not needed. It appears to me to be 8-0, so the motion passes.
Who's getting his lunch?
Pat, I don't know if you want to register a vote on the motion. It was otherwise 8-0, yes.
I concur with the majority.
Okay. So I think that could make it 9-0.
Place else to eat.
Okay, let's pull back to general discussion and motions on the water quality policies. Any other motions for this group? Jim.
I put something in a chat box, and Patrick added to it. So it sounds like this is to address some of the concerns that the planning director had in terms of, what is it that they're supposed to do, essentially. And so I have proposed development occurring within a catchment basin that supplies potable water shall be reviewed for impacts to drinking water. And I'm going to just state what Patrick had written. And the question is whether I think it's whether it's potable water is appropriate, or catchment basin is appropriate, or water districts are appropriate. That type of language I'm going to leave to people who are more knowledgeable than I am on it. But the main point here is that there is a review of proposed developments within these watersheds that are used for drinking water.
Okay, so you're just to, so that I'm clear on it, we're proposing a new policy within the section that would be implementing a review of any proposed development within, let's use broad language here, but within a water district, say, for impacts to water quality within the district, something like that.
That's correct. Right.
And
something written
yeah,
like
you
that.
may want to add. You may want to add water quality instead of just saying impacts to drinking water, having more specifically to water impacts to water quality of the drinking water.
Sure, thank you.
Or water quality, period.
And I put draft language just like that in chat.
Thank you, Pat. And I think we just need to add quality on the end there and change basic to basin, but I think that captures it. So is there a second for that motion?
Yeah, before we go there, I think it's being a little redundant because we already have potable water, so we can eliminate the drinking water, right towards the end of the sentence. Reviewed for impacts to water quality, I think would be understood, since we already said these are potable water.
Okay, fair enough, Jim. Is there a second for the proposed policy W on the screen?
I hate to do this, but if I could also interject, it'd be, I think, more beneficial if it said watershed rather than water district.
Yeah.
Because water districts are defined by the state, so as well as the county. So South Palm Beach Water has a distinct boundary on our water districts that has to do with where the voters live and who gets served by the district. But our watershed is much larger.
So Charles, you're proposing that we replace catchment basin with watershed?
Oh, I was looking in the chat. Hang on a minute.
Yeah,
no, this is fine. This is fine.
Yeah, it should be catchment basin, not catchment basic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, okay, so sorry, catchment basin is sufficient?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, is there a second for the proposed motion for policy W?
Second.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the proposed policy W? Gail.
So for clarification, when we say impacts to water quality, what is that? Any impact? So if I'm building a new house in a catchment basin and I'm going to cut a tree down and the leaves are going to go into a stream that's going to go downhill, is that an impact to water quality? What level of impacts and who is going to do that? Because our staff doesn't have the expertise to determine that. So will we be, we can hire a consultant and then pass that cost on to people who are applying for permits. So I need a little bit more detail and clarification, please.
Jim.
Well, there are a couple of considerations. One is, we're really talking about water quality that could exceed state standards, but you also need to consider, after saying that, you also need to consider the potential cumulative effects. If just because there's a first house in a particular area, it may not be, but if they had a bunch of these homes, then cumulatively they would. I'm not sure how to make that distinction. I'm not talking about just two things. I'm not talking about leaves, obviously. We're talking about sedimentation and the potential pollution effects of people putting lawns, to guard against in ground, or mostly in ground, or maybe above ground water flow. The exact, maybe it should be written a little bit such that some of the specifics will be detailed a little later. That's one option here. But the concept of reviewing development in catchment and potable water catchment basin for impacts to water quality, I think is really sound. We may want to exclude forest zone areas, anything that will contradict the agricultural or the forest zone, because that's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about outside of those areas.
Thanks, Jim. Charles?
Yeah, so I'm happy with it the way it reads, and to Gail's point, I think it would be perfectly fine to have a property owner hire somebody to look at that just exactly the way they do if they're developing a property that's within the geological hazard overlay zone identified by the county. The way it works now is, the property owner would hire somebody skilled in the art of geology to put together their GHO report that would address those potential issues with the county. I would see, it would be relatively easy and to do the same thing for things that happen to be in a watershed.
Gail?
Yeah, so I understand the analogy that Charles is making, but it's a little bit more complicated because when a geologic hazard comes in, we don't ask the property owner to review cumulative impacts of all development that may occur in a slide area. And so it would be a much bigger proposition. It's not site specific. You're asking someone to measure all the cumulative impacts of development that has occurred in a particular watershed. So that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, well, I didn't put the cumulative thing in there, so I'm not too worried about that piece of it. And I think it could, it certainly could be an issue, but I personally don't know how to address it anymore, and I know how to address, the example you just raised. I mean, it certainly could be the fact that one house might not have a geological impact on a particular slide area, but by the time you get 20 of them up there, maybe that load is sufficient to activate, some geological event. But I don't know how you would address that in the code. So I'll stop there.
Chris, it looked like you had your hand up a second ago.
Yeah, I'll just put my 2 cents worth in. I think this is a fine idea. I think requiring a developer or a person wishing to develop a property just to go through, and much as you do in an environmental impact statement, I'm not saying you make something like that, but you list out potential things that could affect water quality from your development. And yes, leaves falling in a stream, if it's a lot of leaves, a lot more than what usually fall in there, it can be a problem. Talk to the city of Astoria about it. They have to treat the water, and when there's a lot of leaves from alders that fall into the water supply, the treatment process creates undesirable trihalmethane products, which have a state standard. So I'm not saying that you would say the project can't go forward based on this, but it builds an awareness if a developer has to look at and understand the ways their activity are going to impact this resource, which some people are already using for a beneficial use. So in a sense, when a developer comes in, it can be a taking of a valuable resource from some person or group of people for their own benefit. And I think that should be addressed.
And Jim?
Well, you know, I look at this in another way. If we didn't have a policy W, what would happen if a catchment basin has significant amount of development that does impair the water quality? Isn't it better to try to be preventive rather than be reactive after the fact? Not sure if this exact wording is the correct wording, but that's the essence, is trying to prevent deleterious actions from happening before it occurs, rather than trying to mitigate the impacts afterwards.
Any other discussion on the proposed policy W? Gail?
I'm sorry to belabor the point, but again, going back to the question, so is this a cost that we will then be passing on to property owners? And then my second question would be, how does this tie into your affordable housing goals?
Gail, just to give a little feedback on this, those aren't, I mean, I think those are valid enough questions, but we don't ask those about any of the other policies that we're putting forward here. You know, like I get that you're pushing back on this, but like we don't normally make allocation, like budgetary decisions about how we're passing costs forward or around in the county during this process. So I'm questioning whether that's something we even need to consider.
Well, my question is, because we've got a proposed policy that says shall be reviewed. It does not identify by whom. Yep. It just says for impacts to water quality with no specific levels or standards, and then no provision for you know, who's going to pay for the cost of that. And I find it very vague. If this were something I had to enforce when somebody comes to the counter, I'm going to tell them, you're going to need to go out and hire your own engineer to do this, because obviously staff can't do it. This is something that's not going to come cheaply, I would expect. It's not something like you can just walk down the street and find a water quality analyst who's going to do an impact of a catchment basin. So I have concerns, because staff is the one who's going to have to tell people that they're going to have to do this. It's not going to be any of you standing up at the counter. So yeah, I am pushing back on it a bit, but you know, I'm done. Y'all will make whatever motion you want.
I mean, I think that's more valuable pushback. I think things like who's going to be doing the review, that's totally valid as far as trying to figure out that language, or even us just delegating that to staff to figure out what's the appropriate thing for us to do here. So yeah, thank you for that clarification anyway.
Andy, I can't help but, you know, that the comment about the leaves and whatnot in the water system contributing to increased trihalomethanes from the treatment of that water. We had just recently decided that we should be throwing slash in the streams. So where is the difference there? I mean, how is it beneficial in one and detrimental in another case?
It's a water source versus just a native stream that's maybe not used for potable water. I'm just telling you what a potable water supplier, the city of Astoria, has had to confront from the amount of organic material it gets in their water supply system. It's a different question than a wild stream out in the forest that's providing water for wildlife and fish and just general habitat. So they're two different things. That's why
Well,
they're
many of
different.
those
I see
wild
the problems.
streams are source water areas.
I see the problem with the policy as it's stated there for some of the reasons that Gail Henriksen has mentioned. And I think we need to consider that, but I still don't find it too onerous to require that when a project is built in a watershed that is supplying a valuable resource to people, that they at least identify potential effects on the water quality from the building activity and the finished project. And that will allow the public to see what those possibilities are, the possible effects, and to have a chance to comment on that. And that could be a valuable process. We're talking about trying to bring the public, trying to bring the people that live in this county into the process of deciding what life in the county is going to be like. And part of life is drinking water. So I see nothing wrong with trying to work at something here that addresses this point that we all feel there's a reason for concern over, but we're just not sure how to put it into effect in a way that is reasonable. And it's not meant to prevent development. It's meant to prod development into a responsible way of doing it. That's all.
Susanna?
I would like to have a wording suggestion that after that supplies portable water shall be open for public comment and review by Watershed Council, Soil and Water Conservation. I don't know if there would be other people, that it would move it away from the county having or the owner having to review all of this, but it would be subjected to public comment, or these these entities of soil water conservation, watershed councils, etc. Would that do it for both you, Gail, and Chris? And
So I've got a motion to insert the language supplies potable water shall be subject to public comment and reviewed by soil and water conservation districts, relevant soil and water conservation districts, and watershed districts for impacts to water quality. I think that captured.
yes.
Is there a second for that motion?
Well, I'll second it, but with the idea that I would need to comment on it.
Sure. So we've got a motion and a second. And I'll open to discussion. Chris?
I'm not sure who should review it. I think probably the only reasonable choice there is the water district or water company or water provider that's using that source should have a chance to comment. The reason I say that is the soil and water conservation district really doesn't deal quite so much with potable water sources. They are concerned with general water quality, but their area expertise is really not directed so much at anything but the most blatant kind of runoff into a stream, such as manure or having livestock in a stream. As far as looking at this kind of a project, they could comment on sediment that would collect, that sort of thing. But it seems that the actual user of the water should be able to raise concerns that they identify because they're the ones directly impacted. And maybe they have no concerns at all over a project, or maybe they do, but they're the ones using it and should be included in it. And as far as the watershed councils, they're even less involved in the quality that's of a potable nature. They're more concerned with fish and other aquatic organisms, which usually are more tolerant to some of the things that might get in the water, although I don't want to go too far there. So I'm saying too much already, so I'll stop.
Let me ask, I don't normally like friendly amendments at all, but given I also don't want to go down the tertiary amendment path, Susanna, would you be happy enough if we remove soil and water conservation districts? And you're muted at the moment.
And you have, I'm a little covered up by something on my computer. Soil water conservations and impacted water districts, is that it?
It does include water districts.
I mean,
right,
I'm sorry,
right now it's
watershed. I would want watershed councils and impacted water districts. Impacted watershed councils and water districts.
Thank you, Gail, for trying to follow this. Chris, do you maintain your second on this? If we take, I think we're talking about removing soil and water conservation districts. Thank you. Chris, is that second still okay for you?
At this point, I'm fine with any consensus kind of wording that can be quickly put together.
All right, thank you. Pat, I see your hand, and then Jim.
Yeah, I mean, I plan to vote no on this. I think it suffers from all the vague things that Gail pointed out was the problem before as far as specificity. I do wonder, though, and this is a question for staff, can these interests be met at the site-specific level? I would imagine in the county, when development goes on, there are certain requirements as far as runoff from the building property site and other kinds of sort of water quality concerns during the construction of the building. I wonder if that is a better area to ping about the potential to the impact on water. I'm surprised that that doesn't happen already. Is there somewhere lower down the food chain in a more routine way that these issues could be addressed?
The county already requires erosion control measures be put in place during construction, and then also after construction there are requirements which are fairly standard across the country that you can't drain more water off your property than you did pre-construction. But this I think is not meant to address the erosion control requirements we already have in place. I think this is something different as I've understood it.
Right, and I guess my question is can this be put in that's, the next sentence after erosion control, have a sentence on water quality, and would this be better addressed at that site level? I don't know if that's a fair question.
As I've understood the discussion, my understanding, which may be incorrect, is that the policy is intended to capture cumulative impacts from development within a particular watershed or catchment basin. I don't know why I can't say basin today. Basin. My understanding was that it was not aimed at erosion control.
Correct. My point is the locus where one identifies erosion control. Now, what I think I'm answering my own question with the answer no, since the policy addresses cumulative effects. And what I'm wondering is if for each building permit, there wouldn't be something that would bring in the water quality issue rather than having it be at the comp plan level of apparently non-specific enough to really be in the comp plan. And I'm wondering where other than here in these policies, something to address water quality might be better addressed, I guess.
Jim?
Well, I actually thought that this was a rather innocuous addition, simply because it's really a no-brainer in terms of wanting to ensure drinking water of the population is of high quality. It was not meant to actually violate any existing state statutes like the FPA or other types of ordinances. It's trying to avoid problems from occurring rather than being reactive after the fact. If there is a better way of doing that, then that's fine. But that's my objective is trying to prevent problems from occurring before they actually occur. And sedimentation was, you're right, planning director. That was just one part of it. I was also thinking about fertilizer on potential lawns, sewer seepage, eventually down, into the water system, and not just one particular development. Looking at what is essentially it's not really the carrying capacity, at what particular threshold, being able to have development occur, but below a tipping point. Whereas if you exceed that, then you're in danger of the quality of the drinking water. However we can figure out how to do it, I think is great. This was just one shot of my shot at doing it. If existing rules, and it sounds like that they don't exist, then that's great. But how can we prevent a problem from happening that we know that has happened many other places across the country and across the state?
Pat? Pat, did you have comment too?
Sorry, not at this time, no, sorry.
Okay. Susanna?
I know that Clatsop Plains was mentioned earlier and it was brought up and nobody from there is at this meeting. The reason Clatsop Plains is brought up a lot is what exactly was brought out? Is it Jim, maybe, about what he, I thought, explained quite well? Because Clatsop Plains is, I believe, very sandy soils, the impact of a large aquifer under it can be really great by surface activities, much more so than in other parts of the county. But it is a problem enough that the Clatsop Plains area has brought up the water, all the issues of water, sewage, development, etc., because of this very reason. And I guess, is my motion enough for everybody? And is it okay for Gail to accept it? And we just, that the watersheds and water districts can create feedback, something?
Gail, do you have any feedback on the amendment anyway?
I do not, thank you.
Okay. Pat?
I think what would be helpful for staff would be like what Gail said before, which would be to identify at what tipping point based on what chemical or what physical trigger. I mean, without that kind of specificity, there isn't anything here. It sounds to me. And so if the language as written wouldn't fly, it would need to be water quality as defined by parts per million of X chemical measured over this period of time. I mean, it sounds like for this to have teeth, it would need to have X by Y and metrics identified, who would identify them and who would pay for that identification. I think short of that, we're kind of spinning our wheels. I don't know how to get to the goals. We're in the water quality section, and it's a struggle to find policy or goal that basically does what I think most of us would like to have done, which is increased attention on water quality for drinking. The end.
Okay, any other discussion on this motion?
Can I call the question?
You can. Is there any objection to the call of the question? Okay, no objection on that. So we'll go to the vote on the amendment.
Could you read it again?
Yep. So again, the amendment is to change the latter half of the motion for policy W. So policy W would read, any proposed development occurring within a catchment basin that supplies potable water shall be subject to public comment and review by impacted watershed councils and water districts. So shall be subject to public comment and review by impacted watershed councils and water districts is the amendment language. I'll go around the table for this. Charles Dice, how do you vote on the amendment?
I vote yes.
Susanna, how do you vote?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Pat?
No.
Jim?
Yes.
Lom?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Chris?
Aye.
Nadia?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a vote of 8-1. The motion to amend passes. So we're back to the main motion. Is there any discussion before we go to a vote on the main motion? Jim?
The only thing that I can think of is to put people at ease is that this isn't meant to violate or go against any state statute. So maybe you read at the end, notwithstanding state statutes, or something that's quite broad that would include, say, FPA and any and the laws for agricultural lands. That way, there it couldn't be misconstrued as saying, "Oh, you know, you're trying to stop logging on industrial lands." That's one example.
Okay, so are you adding amended language there, Jim?
Right. I'm not sure exactly how to put it. Notwithstanding state statutes, is that too broad, or would that work? Because I don't want to drag in some of these other types of goals that we have.
Okay, so I've got a motion to add at the end of this, notwithstanding state statute.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
I second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion? Chris?
We've been on this point a long time, and I'm sorry to have to pick away at it, but I wonder whether we need this at all, because individual projects where there's going to be development do have requirements. They're not allowed to let more runoff go from their land into a water body. There would certainly be considerations of what activity was going to be done there and whether they were going to discharge or use products that could be hazardous in a watershed. I just see this as needing a complete revision in wording where it makes it clear that we want the projects considered what their potential adverse impacts might be to potable water supplies that are already being used by people, and that the public should have a chance to comment on those potential effects, and that the decision makers will use that information to decide on an individual basis whether adequate protection can be afforded. This just seems to be excessively, I don't know, broad, or it worries me that people will perceive this as being something designed to prevent development of lands, and I don't think that's what we really want to do here. People should be able to develop their land, but they shouldn't be able to destroy a valuable resource. So I don't know how you balance that, but I'm abstaining from any further discussion on this topic.
Can I ask for any other discussion on the addition of the language notwithstanding state statute? Okay, let me go to a vote on that. This is just to vote to whether we add the language notwithstanding state statute to the end of the previous motion. Charles, how do you vote on adding the language notwithstanding state statute?
I'd vote yes, I suppose.
Susanna, how do you vote?
Yes.
Cheryl, how do you vote?
Yes.
Pat, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Jim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jan, how do you vote? You're muted, Jan.
Also, yes, I suppose.
Mom, how do you vote?
I think I'm going to abstain on this one. I'm not very exactly clear on it.
Okay. Chris, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Nadia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Nadia, I'm sorry, could you repeat yourself? Okay, yes. Okay. So I have a vote of 6 to 0 to 3 abstentions. So that motion passes. Okay, back to the main motion again. So we've got some amended language for policy W. Let me ask if there's any further discussion or motions on this language. So policy W at the moment reads, any proposed development occurring within a catchment basin that supplies potable water shall be subject to public comment and review by impacted watershed councils and districts for impacts to water quality, notwithstanding state statute. Any other discussion or motions before we go to a vote on this? Okay, let's go to a vote. I'll just go around the table and ask if you're in favor of adding this policy as amended. Charles, are you in favor of policy W?
I am.
Susanna?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Pat?
Abstain.
Jim?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Yes.
Chris?
Aye.
Nadia?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a vote of 8 to 0 with 1 abstention, so the motion passes.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
We never hear how you vote, Andy.
That's true. Unless the body really wants me to, if you all take a vote that you want me to vote all the time. I certainly can, but I normally only vote in the case of a tie, which with this group, unless there's a odd vote with an abstention, I don't get to. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Susanna.
I'd like to go back to policy R. Before WR, if you scroll back, Gail.
I see R on our screen now.
I would like to change from windblown pollution and toxins from outside and inside Clatsop County.
So this is a motion to add the words "and inside" to policy R. So it would read, encourage appropriate state agencies to monitor impacts on drinking water from windblown pollution and toxins from outside and inside Clatsop County. Is there a second for that motion? Lom?
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay. Cheryl, thank you for joining us today. Okay, so we've got a motion and a second to add the words "and inside" to policy R. Any discussion on that?
I guess I don't understand if there's any distinction from the fact that we said state agency. I guess I'll ask that to Gail if this makes anything confusing or illegal.
Nothing that I can see now.
Thanks.
I guess my only question would be, how will a state agency know if a toxin or pollutant has come from inside or outside the county? But I think by adding "and inside," that would eliminate that need to distinguish.
Any other discussion on the proposed language? Okay, so I'm not seeing any discussion, so let's take this to a vote. So this is a motion to amend policy R by inserting the words "and inside" to the existing policy R. It will read, encourage appropriate state agencies to monitor impacts on drinking water from windblown pollution and toxins from outside and inside Clatsop County. Charles Dice, how do you vote on the proposed language?
Yes.
Susanna?
Yes.
Pat?
No.
Jim?
Yes.
Jan? I don't.
No.
That was a no, Jan, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Lom?
Yes.
Chris?
Aye.
Nadia?
Yes.
Okay, I've got a vote of 6-2 in favor, so that appears to pass. Any other discussion points for water quality policies? Chris?
A quick one for policy S. It mentions the assistance of watershed councils. Send letters of support for watershed councils that are applying for grants. I would like to see added there that watershed councils and Clatsop Soil and Water Conservation District.
Okay, so I've got a motion to insert the language into policy S in addition to, so other assistance to watershed councils and Clatsop County Soil and Water Conservation District that are applying for grants to update water assessment documents. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, we got a second from Charles. Discussion, Pat?
Would it be more inclusive just to end that sentence after grants? I mean, is it exclusively about water assessment documents, or, I mean, is it broader letters of support for those two that are applying for grants? Maybe it needs to be specific, but.
No, I agree with your comment. I didn't take note of that point, but that's quite valid. They put in for grants of all sorts that aren't necessarily water assessment documents.
Or just grants.
They can be for replanting vegetation, for erosion control, that sort of thing, which isn't an assessment. So
Gail,
I agree.
Do you know of any programmatic reason why it was specific in this policy to water assessment documents?
I do not.
Okay. Okay. Pat, point taken. Let me come back to you after this for a quick motion because that's outside of the scope of what Chris's motion handles. Okay, so let's ask for discussion on this addition of Clatsop Soil and Water Conservation District to the previous policy S. Any discussion on that addition? Okay, let me. Charles, did you have discussion?
No, I was preparing to vote.
Okay. This one, I want to see, is there any objection to the addition of Clatsop Soil and Water Conservation District to policy S? Any objection to that? Okay, I'm hearing no objection, so I think that passes. Pat, I want to go back to you because it seemed like you had another motion related to S you might make.
Okay, I guess maybe I moved a friendly amendment to put a period after the word grants in policy S as currently written.
Okay, so I've got an amendment to policy S to delete all words after the word grants. So removing to update water assessment documents. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second to delete the words to update water assessment documents. Any discussion on that? Is there any objection to that deletion? Any objection? Okay, hearing none, I think we've got approval for that one too. Thank you, Pat. Any more items for water quality policies? Okay, let me ask about land quality policies. There are two items under land quality policies. Any items for consideration here? Jim.
I think everyone understands that this is a significant issue. I know the communities, including the county, is doing this, but maybe we should have a policy that encourages the county to work with the municipal governments on this issue, because I think it's bigger than any one particular entity.
Are you indicating policy A or B? Sorry.
Well, actually, just in general, this just yeah, A really. Excuse me, it's A.
Okay.
The county is doing that already.
I know they are. I know they are. But we don't have that actually as a policy. The state that they really should be continue to do that, or just to do that. It's mostly it's an affirmation of what they're currently doing now.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Nadia.
Yeah, I feel pretty uncomfortable with policy A as it is now. just telling people to not live in the woods. It doesn't feel supportive enough, I guess. So I'd like to put forward some sort of motion around amending that let's see, the county will work with appropriate other governments and partners to support housing for the unsheltered.
That's good.
Okay, and just to be clear, so that's an addition to policy A, or is it a replacement?
A replacement.
A replacement, okay.
And maybe I'll add to the end to help prevent pollution. I mean, because really it's about, we're talking about pollution elements. So, water, air, sewage issues. And so actually drug, chemical pollution as well. So maybe just by adding that, it's more appropriate to this section.
Okay.
Or, yeah.
Okay, so I've got a motion. I've got a motion to replace the existing language of policy A with the language, the county will work with appropriate other governments and partners to support housing for the unsheltered to help prevent pollution. Is there a second for that motion?
I second that for our
Okay.
speaking.
So we've got a motion and a second for this replacement language on policy A. Can we have discussion on that language? Susanna.
Some of this, I think, comes from the problem the unsheltered have, that they are being pushed, I know, really pushed out of Astoria, and I think some of the other cities, to get them off the streets, and they then move into the woods, and there's a big concern about the fire danger in the summertime, because they're going into timberlands a lot of times. And I think that having identify homes and places is important. At the rate we're going, getting enough housing is gonna, who knows when that will ever be accomplished. I think I want to see added in there places for the unsheltered person to live. Should be put in there.
Support housing. You're suggesting an amendment to insert after housing and places for the unsheltered to live.
Yes.
Okay. Or actually, I guess
she's making a clarification, like sanctioned campsite areas, right? Mm-hmm. So rather than just like apartments and houses, which are a long time coming, having that interim, which I appreciate. Thank you, Susanna.
Gail, I might just also add and places to live. Thank you. So we've got a motion by Susanna to add and places to live after housing. Is there a second for that motion?
I second it.
Okay, got a motion and a second. So let's just talk about that insertion and places to live. Is there any further discussion on the addition of and places to live to the original policy replacement from Nadia? Any discussion on that addition? Any objection to the addition of and places to live? Any objection to that? Pat, is that objection?
Well, I think housing captures it. I work with housing to me is a place to live. I don't know if there's a distinction there, and I would go for focus rather than that.
Okay, so I'll take this to a vote then, because I'll take that as objection. So the motion is to add and places to live after the word housing in the original replacement language in policy A. I'll go around the table. Charles, how do you vote on the
Yes.
addition? Susanna?
Yes.
Pat?
Nope.
Jim?
No.
Jim, sorry, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Lom?
Yes.
Chris?
Aye.
Nadia?
Aye.
All right, I have a vote of 7-1, so the motion passes. So we've going back to the main motion, I'll just restate it again, that it's a replacement of policy A with the language, the county will work with appropriate other governments and partners to support housing and places to live for the unsheltered to help prevent pollution. Any further discussion on the main motion? Pat?
After hearing you read it like that, I'm glad that I was outvoted. That reads better.
Any other discussion? Lom, was that a hand up or just a swat?
No, I'm just
Okay.
swatting.
All right. Okay, I'm not seeing further discussion, so let's just go to a vote on this. So again, the motion is to replace policy A with the language, the county will work with appropriate other governments and partners to support housing and places to live for the unsheltered to help prevent pollution. Charles, how do you vote?
Yes.
Susanna?
Yes.
Pat?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Lom?
Yes.
Chris?
Aye.
Nadia?
Yes.
Okay, I have a vote of 8-0, so the motion passes. Any other discussion on land quality policies? Okay, let's ask about noise policies. Again, we've got 2 policies under noise. Any discussion or motions on these 2 policies? Or the addition of a 3rd policy? Susanna?
Under policy B and shooting ranges, encouraging the use of non-lead bullets and shot.
Is there, so that's a motion to insert language around encouraging the use of non-lead ammunition. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it, but just to give me first chance to comment.
Okay. So we got a motion and a second to insert language around encouraging the use of non-lead bullets and shot. Chris, you've indicated you have discussion.
Yes, is that cheating to try to jump in front of the line that way? I just say this is a noise policy, so I actually would be in favor of putting language to the effect of what Commissioner Gladwin suggested, but in another place. I think it isn't appropriate under noise policies. So I like the wording the way it is, and I suggest we try to put in something about lead, shot, and so forth somewhere else in the document.
Gail, do you happen to know, is there any existing regulation or policy around lead shot in other parts of the comp plan? I don't recall off the top of my head.
Nothing that I'm aware of.
Okay. I saw a hand from Pat and okay, Jim and then Susanna. Jim.
Well, I understand the intent of the non-lead bullets, but not only is there an issue about being inserted noise policy, but there are prohibitions of using lead shot for waterfowl. That's already in force. I personally would rather have this done at the state level, not at the county level. So, well, that's what I'm saying about that.
Okay, Jim. Thank you. Susanna, and then Nadia, and then Charles.
I agree it's not appropriate for noise, and I think it really should have been under Fish and Wildlife, and it didn't get inserted there. And Fish and Wildlife were working on it, and I'm not sure all that's been accomplished so far. But maybe I should just drop the motion. Was it ever second? Oh, it was seconded. Okay.
It was. I'll take comment from Nadia and Charles, and then we can go to a vote. Nadia?
I'm going to vote against this one just because of the location, but I just want a quick anecdote that when I worked for a land trust, I looked at buying a property for them in the Lewis and Clark that was a old like muzzle loader range, and did an environmental assessment on that site. And sure enough, they used a lot of lead shot there, and it was completely contaminated with lead in the water. So it's a bad issue in terms of wildlife ingestion, but it's also a major water quality issue, especially around shooting ranges. We didn't buy it, by the way.
Okay. Charles?
Yeah, I would just agree that I don't think it fits under noise, and I don't think it's a county issue. It ought to, in my eyes, ought to also get addressed at the state level. I don't know how you'd enforce it on a county specific level.
Okay, and any other discussion before we go to a vote? Okay, let's go to a vote then. So this is a vote on the amendment to policy B to include language encouraging the use of non-lead bullets and shot at shooting ranges. Charles, how do you vote?
No.
Susanna, how do you vote?
Abstain.
I think I caught an abstain there. It was pretty noisy, but I think we'll take that as abstain. Pat?
No.
Jim?
If that was me, then I'd vote no.
No. Okay. Jan?
No.
Tom?
I guess I'll go no as well.
No. Okay.
No.
Chris?
No.
Okay. Nadia?
No.
Okay. And so that votes 0-7, 1 abstention. So that motion fails. Let me check again. Any other noise policy additions, deletions, or changes? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So that's the end of goal 6. We do have consideration for goal 13 on the agenda today. I might suggest that we take a short break, 5 minutes or something, let people use the bathroom, get up and stretch their legs, etc. Is there any objection to us recessing for 5 minutes so that we can take a little break here? Okay, let's
Quick, yeah, I'm not objecting to the break, but how long might we continue the meeting? Because I do have to leave by 3:30.
So we're scheduled out till 5 today, but I know you're not the only one. I've already had, at least Nadia has also told me she needs to leave early. I don't know what happens I'll have to look it up in the instance that we fall below a quorum, because I think that may happen for us. But yeah, we'll try to get through it as quickly as we can, but we are scheduled until later.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay.
This conference will now be recorded.
I will note that Lom asked before we went to recess, and some of you may have already slipped out, about how late we are going today, and that he might need to leave early. I've also been told that Nadia may need to leave early. I will say that our quorum is, Gail and I made the determination that before the meeting that our quorum is 8. And at the moment we are, I believe, at 9. So if we lose 2 members, we won't be able to transact business after that point. I looked that up during our break to make sure my understanding was correct on that. Outside of adjourning and setting a time for next meeting, things of that nature. So just to make everyone aware, that may happen at some point in our meeting, that if we slip below a quorum amount, that we won't be able to effectively continue with today's business. That said, Gail, do you want to introduce goal 13 for us? Well, Charles, did you have a point of order or something like that?
Well, maybe you already saw it, but Cheryl left a chat note that said she's leaving.
I did see that. Thank you for drawing it to my attention. So Cheryl was our 10th member, so we're down to 9 at the moment. But I do see that she's got a couple of things in the, or at least one thing in hers, that might be 2 motions if we handle them separately, for if someone wants to bring it up for us to consider. But Gail.
Okay, thank you. So goal 13 deals with energy conservation, and the stated outcome is very simple: to conserve energy. There are no implementing Oregon administrative rules or OAR that help us bring this goal to fruition. What statewide Goal 13 does say is that the use of land should seek to minimize the depletion of non-renewable resources or energy, or resources of energy, and also that higher density uses should be located along higher capacity transportation corridors. And that's kind of a summary of what Goal 13 says. When we presented Goal 13 to the Commission, both on October 20th and then part of just our overview of the 18 planning goals, we took a look at energy burden that's being borne by households in Clatsop County. And so based on a federal poverty level for a family of 3, which is just over 21,000, just below 22,000 per year, it found that 23% of households within the county are energy burdened. And this is information from the Oregon Department of Energy. And when you're energy burdened, that basically means that you're spending at least 6% or more of your income on purchasing energy. So when we think about energy conservation, we're looking not only at electric and water and how to, cut back and save on costs like that, but also thinking about transportation costs and looking at vehicle miles traveled. Obviously, the further away you place development from retail services or social services or schools or employment centers, that means more vehicle miles are going to be required by every household to travel to get to those places for their needs. And so in Clatsop County, the average vehicle miles traveled per household per year is just over 21,000 miles per year. And then you factor in fuel and maintenance costs, and that adds up to another 3,500 that is being required of these households, of their income, in order to just go to school, go to work, do their shopping. So these are things just to keep in the back of our heads as we talk about energy conservation. When we brought this discussion to the board on October 20th, these are the discussion comments that we heard back. The board was generally supportive of focusing on county-owned properties and fleets, and looking at policies that the county could implement for its own facilities. There was concern raised that we might counter habitat goals by encouraging energy facilities such as wind turbines in areas that might provide habitat to threatened and or endangered species. Also, some of the policies didn't take into consideration technological advances or environmental costs. For example, lithium batteries in hybrid or electric vehicles, and how are those batteries created? What impacts does the construction, for lack of a better word, of a battery have? And then what happens when those batteries are no longer viable and they have to be disposed of? There is discussion in existing Goal 13 about a nuclear power plant out by the Brownsmead area, and that's been recommended to be removed from this version of the comp plan as we update it. But one of the board members did point out that nuclear power has been used by the U.S. Navy for over 50 years, that there are advancements being made in the technology that may make it safer. And so just urging everyone to kind of keep an open mind about technological advances that we may not foresee happening over the next 20 years. And then one of the board members did ask a question about when we're talking about alternative energies and products, making sure that, what are the impacts of using those products? How are they created? I think we talked about this with the battery example, but making sure that they are, I believe the exact term was a conflict-free manner, making sure that things are put together responsibly or harvested responsibly, I think is what the board member was trying to get at. We also had another couple of board members who talked about how we are dealing with complex adaptive interactive systems, and that there is a need for complete and valid data to be provided so that we are providing the entire circle of information for consideration. There were some concerns raised that the current drafts do not provide a complete picture, but provided a complete picture for the people who were preparing the plans, if that makes any sense. And they emphasized that sound policy decisions without validated information from trusted partners cannot or should be used to help make sound policy decisions, basically. They also recognize that there are limitations because obviously the topics that we are dealing with are very complex. And in order to do the analysis that would be required to provide complete and valid data from everyone, there's just not a way to do it. And they did recognize that staff couldn't necessarily provide all that data, but they did express concern that maybe they are not getting a complete and valid picture of everything that's being recommended. And that was a board discussion. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the group on the introductory material or the board discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing a question. Well, Susanna, do you have a question on the intro?
I did a comment in chat and about a motion, and I bring it up because Gail mentioned a small-scale nuclear at Camp Riley.
Mm-hmm. So I think honestly, the way I'd like to handle that, Susanna, is if you've got a motion on that, let's try to work through as much of this as we can. And when we get to the policy section, I think there's a separate policy on energy, new energy policies. I think it's probably the place to put it. That if the group agrees, we'll try to insert it there. Okay. But let me check.
Yeah, that's good.
Let me check quickly again. Any questions or comments for Gail on the intro material? Okay, let's get started with the narrative section. Any changes, comments, motions having to do with the narrative section? And let's just go sort of section by section here. Anything to comment on with the overview section? Okay, how about the historical perspective section? Just giving a second here for that. Any discussion points to bring up with current conditions?
I wanted to just note, Cheryl had said she didn't know if recycling belonged in the plan, and there's a section here, and then there's also policies around recycling. So it seems like her question was whether it was a land use, like should it be in our comprehensive plan that we support recycling and composting for that matter. That's the other thing that had come up. It's really, they're both linked.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that forward, Nadia. Yeah, I think that's probably a larger discussion if we get to the deletion point that she wants for us to bring up, as far as just how do we discuss recycling in general in this section.
Okay, so page 6 just has a little section that's the background, which is why I bring it up now.
Thank you. Susanna, you had your hand up.
Oh, I was just going to comment for out in the Jewel Elsie area that we would like a centralized recycling place that we can just go up to and drop off recycling that won't get full of trash.
Thanks, Susanna. Nadia, did you have another thing you wanted to bring up?
Well, so in the chat, I put a suggestion, and I'm not sure actually where this is going to go, because so there's a section on page 7 that talks about ocean energy facilities, and those are going to happen. And so I just wanted to note that while those facilities, so this is current condition, so maybe it doesn't belong here, it might belong in future conditions, but those facilities will be offshore, but there's going to be onshore infrastructure with land use impacts. So I think it needs to be noted somewhere in here to just draw attention to that. That's going to be our nexus as a county on those projects, like our biggest way to influence how they happen or don't. So I was thinking about putting it on page 7, but now I'm thinking it should be in future. It's like a background thing.
Mm-hmm. I'll just check with the group. Is there any objection to, and I think Gail is recording some of the sentiment Nadia's sharing here. Any objection to that being included in the current conditions section? Okay, and it does seem like I feel like there's not really a parallel energy production section within future conditions. I don't know if it's desirable to put one there as well, but there's not a existing great site for this. It doesn't seem like within a future conditions section. So that may be a separate discussion too. Pat, I saw you had a hand up, and then Susanna.
I was going to comment on something else. I'm reacting to Nadia's motion, and I'm not sure what to think about that. But you're wondering about where kind of to put it in new and future, and I guess I just want to put out there I have a couple things that might be in the future that might be associated with the future energy needs, and in the form of 2 motions. And so I don't know if I should bring them up now in this discussion or later, having to do with identifying if some energy feature is going to be in a tsunami zone, for example, and 2, advancing microgrids for emergency safety and remote rural area power supply. So I look for your advice on where to chime in.
So let's handle those separately. Let me just poll real quickly again, just to make sure. Is there any objection to the inclusion of siting considerations for the onshore part of the infrastructure for offshore power generation. And right now that's in current considerations. I think it's an open question whether there's also a section in future considerations, but I'm just, is there any objection to this red sentence for current conditions? Okay, so I think we're safe on that one. Pat, let's go one at a time. You had 2 items there. Can you microgrids? I think was. Oh, did we lose Nadia?
Hey, sorry, here we are. Now you can see me. Okay, very good. Yeah, I had 2 things, I guess, in I can give you sort of draft motion language and we can take them. I would say, well, when citing energy production and distribution systems, the county shall indicate when proposed sites are in tsunami hazard zones. Would be sort of goal language that I think relates to this kind of a goal 7 hazard, but here on the front end to indicate this pole, that site. And I'm not proposing any regulatory language around it, just to indicate when we do stuff like that. Should I put that in form of a motion or in the chat or something, or?
Well, Gail is I think queued up for recording if you want to restate the motion. I think she's got a space for it now.
When citing energy production and distribution, the systems or facilities, whatever you prefer. Facilities. The county shall indicate when proposed sites are in tsunami hazard zones. And you can take the out. There you go. Thank you. So when citing, that would be something I would like to discuss and propose.
Pat, can I ask for clarification before we go to seconds, which is indicate to whom? Is this a public notice? Is this indicating to the developer? What's the target here?
Excellent. I want it to be more public than the developer, and I would certainly want, for example, county commissioners to know that when they were reviewing documents, like to have a map, say, of some facility going across some place, that they know that the area is in the tsunami hazard zone. Maybe I would ask staff for a more appropriate place for
that. Gail, do you happen to have any proposed language for that, for the idea that Pat is putting forward, as far as like notice and commissioner review, or
Not right off the top of my head, I do not, no.
Okay, then I'm happy with that.
Charles?
Yeah, so again, this is just a comment or observation. I don't know why we wouldn't want to just prohibit citing these kinds of facilities in a tsunami zone.
I mean, I'll take that, because I'd rather have a small victory of at least acknowledging when we're doing it than to have the idea of doing something about it be in paper to be rejected at the next step.
Okay.
All right. Let me ask at this time then, if we're not amending that indicate language at all, is there a second for this proposed policy? Yeah. Okay, so we've got a second from Jan. I saw hands from Jan and Susanna. Jan, did you have comment on this?
I was just ready to second it. I think I agree with Patrick's comment.
Okay. Susanna, did you have comment on the motion? Well, I don't hear you, Susanna. I think you're muted.
That I wanted just to say that the I talked to the project manager at PacWave in Lincoln City, and he said about this impacts of tsunamis, and he said that the wave machines on one site, I think, are 12 miles off. The tsunami wouldn't affect them much at all, and when it landed, everything's quite deeply buried, and he was thinking there was not going to be near the impact as it's going to hit a lot of other things. That's all.
Any other discussion on the motion for a new policy F? Okay, let's go do a vote on this one. So Pat has moved to add a policy F. What's the section title here? This is general policies. Sorry about that. So general policies, policy F. When citing energy production and distribution facilities, the county shall indicate when proposed sites are in tsunami hazard zones. Charles, how do you vote on the motion?
Yes.
Susanna?
Yes.
Pat?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Jan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mom? Sorry about you.
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Aye.
Okay, I have a vote of 7-0. So the motion passes. Gail?
If you're not voting, then do we need you to vote to maintain our quorum?
I think presence, the threshold for quorum is just presence in the meeting, not voting number. So I think we're okay. Though I'll vote yes if if it makes it easier. Okay. Any further discussion? And I want to make sure we don't go too far ahead here. Was there any other discussion? And Pat, I can come back to you. But any other discussion associated with either current conditions or future conditions in the narrative section of this goal? Chris.
Just a question regarding policy E, and I'm wondering, it states that the county shall require notification of all Native American entities when public notices are required. Is that all Native entities recognized within the county, or is that nationwide, or
I'd say local.
what is that? And why is one group singled out to be notified when others are not? So it's a point of discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Jan?
I would guess that somebody went back in to correct, as we asked them to, just use the term Native American entities. But if you just add local, then I think that takes care of it. That includes both recognized and unrecognized.
Is there any objection from the group to adding local? Okay.
Well,
and Charles?
yeah, so I gotta chime on with Chris's comment about, what is there some driving force for including a specific group as opposed to everybody?
Charles, what are you referencing?
Well, it says the county shall require notification of all local Native American tribes when public notices are required. Why? I'm trying to figure out what the distinction is between calling out local Native American tribes versus the public.
Any why it's Scandinavian groups aren't included, or any other interest group?
Yeah, Finnish groups, or I don't know. There must be a reason for it. I'm ignorant about what the reason is for doing this.
Charles, I'd say it's a long discussion. I'd be glad to talk to you about it, but it's recognizing that there were people here before the immigrants came, and they have ties to the land, and we acknowledge that they should be informed as we go.
Okay.
I got to just say again, I feel that's an unreasonable bias, and that we shouldn't treat one group with preference over all others.
Let me try to pull us back again to the future considerations, or current conditions and future considerations sections. Any comments regarding those two sections of the narrative before we move fully into policies? Jim, did you? Okay. If there's no comments on those two narrative sections, then let's try to consider, let's just start with general policies. We've already been talking about that section a little bit, but any other notes, changes, discussion on the general policies section? Pat.
I put something in chat that may be appropriate for this location. It's about the microgrids. So here's just draft language. Clatsop County shall invite and encourage the development of microgrid technology and other decentralized power systems, especially for remote rural areas and emergency backup power.
And so that would be a new policy under general policies?
I guess that's my question, yeah.
I will note, I might suggest that we consider that under, there's a later section that's specific, there we go, alternative new energy policies. Would you accept?
Very good, I'll wait.
Well, and we can consider it now, but would you just accept placement in that section?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I've got a motion for a new policy, which would be policy O, under, sorry, the title there is alternative and new energy policies. And that new policy O would be Clatsop County shall invite and encourage the development of microgrid technology and other decentralized power systems, especially for remote rural areas and emergency backup power. Is there a second for that motion?
I second it.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Any discussion on the motion of this new policy O? Pat, do you want to introduce this in any way that's separate from the language?
Sure. And so my thing is hazards, of course. And so what I would like to see would be this. It's an idea for resilience. If we can connect between goals, for example, goal 9 and certainly goal 7 and energy here, that would be great. I don't know if there's kind of a toggle that can go back and forth. But the idea would be here just to encourage, no money, nothing other than county kind of thumbs up to people or others that want to develop these systems. There may be some permitting associated with that or something like that. So just to be generally supportive of looking at decentralized systems. So when the power goes down, et cetera, at least some people will be able to turn the lights on.
Okay, thank you, Pat. Any other discussion on this point, Jim?
Actually, in the chat, I put something in that I thought of, and it really relates quite nicely to what Patrick is saying, is that we need to consider renewable energy as a source of as a critical component of a natural hazardous mitigation strategy in event of a prolonged power outage. I wasn't thinking solely of isolated areas, but that works really well with this. And my point here is that if we have a prolonged outage, we're going to be going through whatever reserves of petroleum we have for engines, or for, what about recharging batteries? Because so many things now are geared towards batteries. You need to have some kind of a mechanism to maintain those batteries. So I have something similar. Maybe we could actually combine the two, because we're trying to get at the very same thing: resilience in the face of a very traumatic event, a natural hazard, for instance, like an earthquake.
Okay, thank you.
We could maybe mirror that language in Goal 7 as far as an objective under hazards, again, to consider renewable energy resources that are critical component of hazard mitigation. Again, having those refer to each other in different goals, I think, is self-reinforcing and a good thing. And and to your point about remote rural areas, I agree. I mean, from Portland, we're all remote rural areas. I do think, though, that as a policy, our remote rural areas are chronically underserved by broadband and everything else, including power. And so this is actually something where, support for this technology would directly help our most remote rural areas of the county that get overlooked sometimes, and just increase resilience at the end.
Okay, any other discussion on this motion? Okay, let's go to a vote on policy O. So I'll reread it here. Policy O, as inserted, would read: Clatsop County shall invite and encourage the development of microgrid technology and other decentralized power systems, especially for remote rural areas and emergency backup power. Charles, how do you vote on the motion?
Yes.
Susanna, how do you vote on the motion?
Yes.
Pat?
I mean, I'll vote yes on it, but I want to come back to it, include Jim's comment. I think it can be put in a sentence.
I was hoping that we would get a separate motion to either include that or add an additional policy. But Pat, so let me ask again, what was your vote on the motion?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Lom?
Yes.
Chris?
Aye.
Okay, I have a vote of 7-0. You can add me in if you'd like, Gail. So the motion passes. Let me go to Jim. Jim, do you want to, were you hoping to add to the what is now policy O, or to have a separate policy?
Since when I thought of this, I didn't know what Patrick was cooking up. I'm actually open to either way. Maybe Patrick is gearing towards a smaller scale. I was thinking a little larger scale, more of a solar panel farm near the new public facilities that'll be going in. They plan on having a solar area there to help them, so that it decreases the need for fuel. My assumption is that they're going to have a large tank, but there's still going to be a limit on the tank. Wind turbines, when you say okay to them, or other types of solar panels, that you think about how that's connecting to the grid, and should it be maybe a separate line to critical structures to help them with power after their fuels expire. I'm assuming that they have some kind of a fuel source. That's what I was thinking of when I wrote my sentence.
Thanks, Jim.
And that sounds good. I just tagged it on as a example of something that could make my sentence longer. I'm agnostic on how that goes. One thing, though, as sort of an aside, but interesting, is, I mean, we're not too far away from people who have electric cars. If the power goes out, you plug your house into your car and for a while. And so, the more electric cars, the more in situ battery power we have. And I think especially in this terrain, in this country, this is a future thing that we could be innovative on and help us along the way.
Okay. Do we have a, I just want to search poll for, do we have a distinct motion out of those ideas? I think they're good ideas. Or are we happy with what's there, or do we want to amend like as a component of hazard mitigation to the end of policy O? Any component there that you guys are advancing? Jim?
Yeah, I'm beginning to think that maybe a separate policy, because I think both are important. We could lump them together, or I think it might be clearer to have them separate so that people read them and recognize that it's not. Well, there's obviously overlap. I was mostly concerned with larger facilities, but clearly the renewable and clearly the microgrid would be a critical component of natural hazardous mitigation for the rural areas as well. So I'm sort of up in the air in terms of which would be the better way of doing it.
I mean, the world is divided into clumpers and splitters. I think in this case,
That's right.
I think splitting does make more sense, and go ahead and give a crack at how you would have stated that just independently of mine.
Well, actually, pretty much along the same lines that I have there. It's you can't have it as a requirement, but it's something to consider when you're putting in these renewable energy sources. Can that be fit into the natural hazardous mitigation strategy, and how does that and just leave it at that. Hopefully, the natural hazardous mitigation strategy would include things like renewable energy as part of their resilience.
Okay. So Jim, are you wanting me to advance
that's a motion.
The language that you've got in the chat? Okay.
Yes.
So this would be I guess a policy P. The Clatsop County should consider renewable energy sources as a critical component of a natural hazard mitigation strategy in the event of a prolonged power outage.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? Okay. Well, let me ask then, is there any objection to this motion? Any objections to the insertion of this motion? Okay, I don't hear any objections, so I think that can count for approval. Scrivener's thing, I think it should be hazard and not hazardous. But thank you, Jim. Thank you, Pat, for the discussion there. Let me go back and ask, are there any other policy issues, especially in the general policies section, though others are fair game too? Jim?
It's actually a question for Gail. And doing some research for this, I realized that putting renewable energy sources in an earthquake-prone area, you need to take other considerations into account. And like, for instance, California learned the hard way when they first started to do this. They put solar panels that actually spanned fault lines. That's not a good thing. But something that's probably a little more concern here is when you put solar panels up, you need to take into consideration earthquakes, like for instance, rooftops. You put solar panels on roofs, especially flat roofs. Oftentimes they just lay them on, but in an earthquake, they can bounce around a lot. I don't know if there are any standards for placement of solar panels or even wind turbines in an earthquake-prone area. I know California has them. I just don't know if the state does, or you have adopted them from someplace else.
There's nothing in our zoning codes or the comprehensive plan that addresses it. I don't know. I'm not intimate enough with the building codes to state whether there might be some regulations there.
Yeah, I was thinking building codes, and I know that's not appropriate here, but I thought I'd just bring this up as something to consider because they've had problems in California in the past.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Other points for discussion on general policies? Well, let's check on the climate change section. So the climate change section is one goal and one policy. Any discussion on that section? Jim.
I just have a point of discussion. There's absolutely nothing wrong with policy A, but it looks like mom's apple pie type of a discussion. I'm not too sure what the county or specifically the planning staff can do with something like that. It's like I don't know. That's enough said.
Pat.
So, kind of can't believe I'm saying this, but, and I doubt this is going to go anywhere, but I think there's nothing objectionable there except the word climate change. And then the goal 1 vagueness. It's about water conservation and reduced use, solid waste disposal, and the individual things down there. I would imagine each of those policies could find themselves another goal, but I guess we're not. I guess my motion would be to eliminate climate change as a category, but I don't know that we can do that. Gail?
I'm not sure I completely understood your question, Patrick.
Yeah, so to me, as I mentioned earlier, like to me, climate change is sort of a presumed cause of effects that we're dealing with. And to me, I'd rather have those effects be responded to in their relative places in the plan. Like each of these policies, I think could probably find a home underneath other goals. I don't know that it strengthens them to be under climate change goal. I guess I'm fine with it as it is, or I guess I would be okay eliminating climate change as a goal. Is that Chris?
Whatever you want to recommend.
I pretty much agree with Patrick on this point. I had it in my notes to change the wording to get rid of climate change there because I mean, we can't do anything about the county can't do much about climate change coming our way. It's bigger, it surrounds us, it's going to happen, it is happening, but there are specific things that may result from it that we might be better prepared for if we think about it. And one of the obvious ones is ultimately the sea level will rise here, even though there are parts of our county that the land's going up a little higher than the sea is right now. That's going to change in a few decades. And so you'll get the effects of seawater impacting coastal aquifers, for one thing. You'll get changes in the nearshore wetlands and estuaries and things like that that could be dealt with. But this is kind of, I don't know, it's somewhat of a meaningless goal in a way. And that's not to say that I'm not for protecting our water supplies. I certainly am. But let's talk specifically about what we're concerned about that climate change is going to do. It's going to change the hydrographs of our rivers by having more intense storms from time to time and probably long periods of drought that we're not used to having and things like that. We need to address those more specifically, and this is just rather rather general and not that helpful.
So, Susanna, I'll get to you just a second. So, Pat, it appears you're putting motion language in the chat.
Yes, for consideration and draft. Yeah.
This is borderline for me as far as my role as chair, but I think one of the things to consider here with this climate change section, and especially what's in the current goal or what's in what you're putting in chat, is to remind ourselves that this is goal 13, energy conservation, and to see if this material actually relates to energy conservation. If say water conservation does result in less energy being used, then maybe we should leave that in, but make it explicit that that's why we're targeting that particular policy. Or if it doesn't, maybe it shouldn't be here. Maybe it should be somewhere else, but maybe not here. And the same with what you're proposing, Pat, just to like keep adaptation strategies vis-a-vis energy conservation might be totally valid, but yeah.
Thank you for reeling me in. I think that's correct.
Susanna, you had your hand up.
I think we have actually already dealt with the goal 1 policy, the goal 1 about water, in that we experienced 115-degree temperatures and everybody running out of water. So in our group, we discussed the gray water use, and there's actually a state statute that promotes gray water use, and Gail notated it, and the water use connected to facilities, so you can have fewer facilities and less water use, and rainfall capture. These are all things that fit this, and we have discussed them, and should they be in their own place somewhere? Is it appropriate here? Climate change, and it's a complicated thing, but if you're going to say that, then the solid waste disposal sites policy A on siting policies, housing development policies, are they any of those appropriate here?
Well,
Yeah, I'll throw in my 2 cents here, and I have to leave. So this is goal 13, which is policy. I'm sorry, energy policy. And if climate change in this, then a goal would be to get, I guess, using some sort of trying to apply technology that is energy saving toward climate change. If not, then we just take it out. I think there's a lot of what we have talked about is trying to promote technological energy saving. So maybe that's come up with policies to how to support that. Otherwise, that climate change part of it should be in somewhere else.
Yeah.
Excellent. Any motions, action, other points for discussion here? And I think if we just lost Lam, I think we just lost our ability to make motions, for what it's worth, outside of adjourning, recessing, setting a date for a future meeting, etc. Yeah. So I'll open the floor for anything like that. though I'll also say we've got some procedural things that are not action-based for still on our schedule. But I think we really can't go further with any action on Goal 13 is my reading of the rules that we operate under. So I don't know what to do with that, particularly as far as our scheduling things go. But I think unless there's further discussion for Goal 13, which might be allowable without action, that we should probably move to things like public comment and scheduling for next meeting. But I'll check real quick. Is there any last points that people want to make before we start the process of wrapping up? Susanna?
I just shifted over to my list of policies, not what's on the screen, but under 13, it is self-sufficiency and less wastage. And also the thing about use of waste for biodigesters is actually appropriate there. Yeah, I just, trying to get a grasp on goal, what is it, 13?
Yes.
Guess we will then be discussing that in the next meeting, right?
Yeah, and I'll just note, I just put in chat, and you can certainly all get this from the county website, etc. But the link to the Goal 13 state goal text, which is pretty limited, at least my reading of it is, that it doesn't. There's a lot of these areas that, as a county, we seem to have tacked on to Goal 13 that I don't know are actually explicitly part of Goal 13. From the state perspective. Now, whether it's appropriate for us to put them in or not, I don't know. But we might take a minute to review those things before we come back, because I presume we will have at least one more discussion where we talk about things we didn't get to today on Goal 13. If there's not objection from the group, because I also don't want, I'm now conscious that maybe we shouldn't go too far afield with discussion when there are significant parts of our membership not here. That maybe we should move into public comment and things like that, unless there's objection from the group at this time. Okay, let me just check, and I'll just check directly since I only see Chad at this point. Chad, do you have any public comment for us at the end of today's meeting? So not hearing any, I'm going to take that as a no. And we've already covered the meeting scheduling time, comp plan update schedule. I appreciate your flexibility in moving that up. So I think we can move to closing comments. Gail, do you have anything from staff perspective for closing comments or considerations?
The only question I have is the next meeting is scheduled for December 28th, I believe. Yes, 28th. We originally had goals 7 and 9 scheduled, and then we added goal 5 based on comments we got back from the state, and now we'll be adding goal 13. And given that we want to limit our meetings to 6 hours or less, what time would you like to start your discussion?
Gail, can you clarify at least on the goals that we've added because we got comments from the state? Is the intent just to review the sections where the state has said this portion won't work and we need to review something, or do we need to do comprehensive review again?
would prefer that it just be based on new information added based on state comments, but it's at your discretion if you want to open the goal back up again, because you do have it. I'm not advocating for that, but it's not my decision.
Okay, that's fair enough. I don't know, polling the group, any particular thoughts on how much we should consider for this December 28 meeting? Jan?
It's obviously going to be very full, and it's going to be a day during the holidays. I think we should really focus on the highest priority things that need to be done by calendar year, if there are any. If staff has any guidance on calendar year end things. Otherwise, I guess I'd rather complete the things we're talking about in process and bump one of the goals that we were going to address on the 28th, again, down the road. But I guess that'd be my thought.
Thanks, Pat. Jan?
I'm debating whether you want to bring this up, but I'd like to make the offer to write a paragraph or two about that goes into history and culture, just because that section seems a little sparse, and that would mean me bringing something to staff and to the group, and that would be adding. I don't know. How would you feel about that?
Well, I don't have any particular issue with it, but yeah, maybe possible. I saw, Jim, a hand from you, and again, let's try to pull this into scheduling for the 28th, since that was Gail's ask here. Content-wise, Jim, do you have thoughts about
yes, I do. A couple of things. One is I like Patrick's suggestion of bumping one of the goals and wrapping up the two partial ones. And for Jen's offer of doing stuff, I mean, from my perspective, I think that's great, but we think we need to hear from the planning staff as well. And lastly, but not least, I don't know about how many people can actually make it on the 28th, but I'll be actually flying back to Portland on that day, so I would not be able to make it. I don't know if there are other people in that situation.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Susanna, did you have discussion points on what content we should review on the 28th?
Oh, I was just wondering the history that Jan wanted to present on, and I would love it, whatever it is, Jan, if it's just sent around, we will have it and can read it, and we can then insert it where it's appropriate. But if this is a time where you can...
If I do it, I will run it by staff first. Yes.
Okay.
Pat?
I guess with regard to scheduling, I would say 9 o'clock is a good time to start. I would end just sooner in the afternoon. So however that math works, is that 3 or 2:30 with a half-hour lunch? That'd be my length of time. And if I were to recommend a goal to be picked up in January or February, would be goal 7, hazards.
Okay. Gail, I think my only point of feedback on what you asked about with the scheduling and goals is if we have goals that we've previously reviewed as a group and the only feedback we're considering is either changes suggested from the state DLCD or maybe even from county commissioners, I think, as the chair anyway, I'm happy to give this group the remit to just review those points or to make that a focus. And of course, if the group decides to go outside of that, happens. But and that in that context, that it's not a huge burden to add additional goals like that into the schedule. If we're just bringing a goal back that DLCD has given us a half dozen comments on, and we need to, sort of give a thumbs up or thumbs down on amended language, my perception is that shouldn't take us a whole lot of time. Yeah. So I guess that's my feedback on that. I'm happy to, Nadia and I can review with you what goals we think we can fit in and et cetera before the 28th. But did you have any other items to ask us about or inform us of, Gail?
So am I to understand that the consensus is the meeting should begin at 9 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And then the consensus is to move goal 7 to January, which will also include goals 10, 11, 12, and 14. So do you want to then move some of those goals back to February, which we're scheduled to look at goals 16 and 17. And then in March, we will be looking at goals 18 and 19. And that theoretically would be the end of your meetings. Are you looking then to push out the schedule to April, May, June?
I guess my suggestion would be if we want to include those various goals in the agenda and be prepared for them for the 28th, that's fine with me. And then if we, as much as we can cover, that's fine. And if we have to push something back, we have to push it back. But and I am aware that that puts more burden on both staff and the members of the committee to review material beforehand. But given we do have a compressed timeline that we're trying to adhere to, I think that's not unhealthy of us to try. Do you think that's plausible, Gail, for you and staff?
It's fine.
Pat?
Actually, it's not fine because we, agreed that we're going to reduce our meeting times, and just the math is different. And we made that decision. And I think staff's probably crunched between commissioners and their time frame and the CAC and kind of what we talked about today. And maybe there needs to be a broader conversation about the realities of the process. And I guess I would not be adverse to going to another month if that means we can take these, at a more humane pace. So I appreciate kind of the squeeze staff may be in, but I guess, given what we said today, to do more work in fewer hours, we've been there and I don't see success. So I think I'd rather realize what the real pace is and try to accommodate that than try to ask heroic tasks of staff and us.
I find that fair, Pat. I can't say that I know of a good way to navigate the constraints that we're dealing with. Yeah.
I do concur with you though, Andy, that if we can get it done on the 28th, let's try it. And maybe, this is a moot point and maybe we're not so far behind. I think people will be motivated over the holidays not to spend extra hours. Maybe that will be the case.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Jim?
Well, I'll throw in another alternative, is that instead of trying to do either push it back, before we do that, I think we should try a 3-3-3 approach. In other words, instead of pushing, having one meeting, I think it's February, where there are 4 goals, is not have 4, have only 3, and push one back to where we have just goals 16 and 17. So then we'll have 3 goals, but I think goals 16 and 17, I don't believe it's going to be that difficult. Those are famous last words. But they're the estuarine resources and coastal shorelands. I don't know how contentious that is, but that's another alternative. And only if we can't, when we get there and we can't do all 3, then at that particular point, then we say, hey, wait a minute, we need another month.
Gail, do you have feedback on whether just handling 3 in the December session is doable?
Staff will do whatever you would like us to do. I just need to know what you want us to do.
Pat?
What I think we need to have is a conversation about timeline. And if we can stay within the timeline, that's fine. But I guess putting staff in a worse situation is nobody's desire here. And to me, the crux of the issue is, and I don't know this for sure, but the commission's desire to keep this as an expedited process as possible. And I think, of those values, that's the lesser one to me. I mean, I think efficient and effective are different things. And maybe as the commission, we can somehow communicate as whatever the CAC communicate to the county commission that what we said about realities of human meeting time and timelines. And maybe rather than having staff do that, I don't know if that's even appropriate for staff to do that. So if this group can help make that happen through some legitimate process, I'd be open to exploring that.
Gail, why don't we go ahead with trying 3 goals for December meeting, and let's do some dialogue with you and me and Nadia about how that agenda plays out, and then we'll sort of make the best of it. We're in a weird position today where we can't actually give you a real group decision because we also can't make a motion on it. So.
Okay, but I would recommend that if we're going to continue one of the goals, that we continue goal 9, because that gives one of my staff people more time to work on it and puts her under less pressure.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Was that, like I said, goal 7, and you're suggesting it should be goal 9?
Please.
Sure thing. No, absolutely. I'm fine with that.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other items for discussion, either from staff or from members of the group before we adjourn today? Okay, not seeing any. Well, thank you all for your participation. Gail, thank you for admirably staffing the meeting again today. We'll see everyone in about a month from now. Have a good holiday.
Happy
Thank
Thanksgiving.
you, Gail.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you.